Discussion on verses 1 to 34 of 34. The ultimate meaning of the first verse is unknown to people. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 1.
Alif Lam Mim.
Nevertheless, this may indicate that the Holy Quran is composed of the same Arabic letters and expressions familiar to the Arabs, who were its first audience. This demonstrates that they had no valid reason to doubt its divine origin, as they fully understood its language and directly witnessed its unmatched eloquence. Even though they were celebrated masters of Arabic and took great pride in their linguistic skill, they could not produce even a single composition comparable to the Holy Quran in depth of meaning, clarity of expression, and perfection of guidance. Their inability to equal it, despite possessing every linguistic advantage, stands as an enduring and irrefutable proof of its divine origin. Chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, verse 23.
And if you are in some doubt concerning what we sent down upon our special devotee, then bring one chapter like it, and call upon all your helpers beside Allah if you are truthful.
This may clarify why the Holy Quran is mentioned immediately in the following verse. Its placement highlights that the very scripture revealed to them, formed from the same familiar letters and language they used, stands as the clearest proof of its divine origin and the strongest response to their doubts. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 2.
Those are verses of the wise book.
Even if a person were to craft the most eloquent and harmonious expression in Arabic, it would still be incapable of encompassing the vast wisdom found in the Holy Quran concerning human nature, psychology, and moral character. No human composition can ever achieve its perfect balance of simplicity and depth, offering insights so profound that scholars spend their lives studying them, yet so clear that even those without formal education can understand, apply, and be guided by them in their daily lives. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 2.
Those are verses of the wise book.
No human composition could ever hope to convey abstract and profound truths with the clarity, practicality, and universal relevance manifested in the Holy Quran. It reaches the deepest layers of human nature, offering timeless guidance suited to every individual, every society, and every generation. Each of its verses stands as an undeniable testimony to its divine origin. Its expressions are unmatched, its meanings conveyed with perfect precision, and its eloquence surpasses all other forms of speech. Unlike other scriptures or teachings that contain inconsistencies or contradictions, the Holy Quran is completely free from error. It provides a true and perfect account of the histories of earlier nations, even though the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, was unlettered and had received no formal instruction in the knowledge of past peoples. The Holy Quran commands everything that benefits humanity and forbids all that harms it, addressing both personal and societal dimensions of life in a manner that nurtures justice, balance, and peace within homes and communities. It never employs exaggeration, falsehood, or embellishment, unlike poetry, myths, or legends. Every verse is deliberate and purposeful, providing guidance that remains ever fresh and enlightening, no matter how often it is recited. Even when the Holy Quran recounts the same events, it unveils new insights and deeper layers of wisdom each time. Its promises and warnings are supported by clear and rational evidence. When speaking of abstract virtues such as patience, it simultaneously offers simple and practical means to embody them in daily life, making divine guidance both comprehensible and attainable. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 2.
Those are verses of the wise book.
The Holy Quran calls upon humanity to recognize the true purpose of creation, to sincerely obey Allah the Exalted, by using the blessings granted to them in ways that earn His pleasure. Through this obedience, people attain peace and success in both worlds, finding harmony in mind and body while putting every aspect of life in its proper order. For all who sincerely seek lasting peace and fulfillment, the Holy Quran illuminates the straight path with clarity and beauty. Its guidance, perfectly suited to the nature of humanity, remains timeless and universally relevant. When understood and put into practice, it offers sound solutions for every dimension of human existence, addressing emotional, financial, and physical challenges, and fulfilling the needs of both individuals and societies. History bears witness to the transformative impact of its teachings. Communities that sincerely lived by its message rose to remarkable heights of justice, wisdom, and peace. Most extraordinary of all is its divine preservation. Across the centuries, not a single letter of the Holy Quran has been changed, for Allah, the Exalted, has promised to protect it for all time. Chapter 15 Al-Hijr, verse 9.
Indeed, it is we who sent down the message, i.e. the Quran, and indeed we will be its guardian.
No other text in human history carries this extraordinary and unmatched quality. Allah, the Exalted, directly addressed the fundamental challenges faced by every community and provided the most effective and enduring solutions. By resolving these primary issues, the Holy Quran also prevented or eased the countless secondary problems that stem from them. This reflects the perfection and completeness of its guidance. It contains every essential principle needed for the prosperity, stability, and moral upliftment of both individuals and societies. By adhering to its teachings, people attain real success in this world and eternal salvation in the hereafter. Chapter 16 An-Nahl, verse 89.
And we have sent down to you the book as clarification for all things.
This stands as the most extraordinary and enduring miracle that Allah, the Exalted, bestowed upon His final messenger, the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Yet its guidance and benefit are granted only to those who approach it with sincerity, humility, and a genuine longing for truth. Those who allow their desires and worldly inclinations to govern them, accepting only what suits their preferences while disregarding or rejecting what opposes them, ultimately deprive themselves of its transformative power. Such selective obedience leads only to confusion, loss and regret, both in this world and in the hereafter. Chapter 17 Al-Isra, verse 82.
And we send down of the Quran that which is healing and mercy for the believers, but it does not increase the wrongdoers except in loss.
Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 1.
Alif Lam Mim.
This chapter of the Holy Quran, like many others, begins with disjointed letters whose exact meanings are known only to Allah, the Exalted. Their presence serves as a profound reminder of the limits of human understanding and the necessity of humility when engaging with divine revelation. These letters affirm that the Holy Quran is not the product of human intellect, but a direct revelation from Allah, the Exalted. When individuals acknowledge the limits of their own reasoning, they prepare their hearts to receive the deeper wisdom contained within the Holy Quran. Those who approach it with arrogance, relying solely on their intellect and rejecting anything beyond their comprehension, often fall into doubt and confusion. When they encounter verses whose wisdom surpasses human understanding, they may resort to denial or distortion. This stems not from any imperfection in the Holy Quran but from their own pride, which obstructs them from perceiving the truth. The relationship between a person and the Holy Quran can be compared to that of a humble student and a wise teacher. A sincere student benefits even from lessons that are challenging or not immediately understood, and with time, clarity emerges. The arrogant student, however, who accepts only what aligns with their existing knowledge, deprives themselves of true learning. In the same way, only those who approach the Holy Quran with humility and reverence will fully benefit from its guidance. Such humility brings tranquility to the heart, aligning a person's mind and body with divine wisdom. It helps them recognize the rightful place of everything and everyone in their life, according to the order set by Allah, the Exalted. Thus, humility before the Holy Quran is not merely an intellectual approach, it is the gateway to balance, serenity and lasting success in both this world and the hereafter. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 1.
Alif Lam Mim.
The foundational element of all knowledge is formed from letters, and for this reason, the opening of this chapter may also point to the essential role that knowledge plays in human life. It serves as a reminder that knowledge is necessary for understanding both worldly affairs and spiritual matters. Every person is required to seek and apply beneficial knowledge, as highlighted in the hadith recorded in Sunan Ibn Majah, number 224. Ignorance inevitably leads to misguidance and wrongdoing, for without knowledge, one cannot distinguish right from wrong or avoid falling into error. Yet possessing knowledge by itself is not enough. Its true value appears only when it is put into practice. Knowledge that is not acted upon is like a map that is never used. While it may show the path to success, it cannot lead anyone to the destination unless they follow it. Just as a traveler must walk the path shown by a map, a person must act upon what they know in order to attain real guidance and spiritual elevation. Therefore, beneficial knowledge must be both acquired and implemented. It should refine a person's character, purify their intentions, and direct their behavior. When understanding is translated into action, it becomes a source of light, illuminating the path of the individual and those around them. In this way, the sincere pursuit and application of beneficial knowledge lead to success in this world and salvation in the hereafter. Chapter 62 Al-Jumu'ah, verse 5.
And then did not take it on, did not act upon knowledge, is like that of a donkey who carries volumes of books.
The highest and most profound form of knowledge granted to humanity is highlighted in the following verse, showing that all other knowledge ultimately culminates in and finds perfection through the divine knowledge contained in the Holy Quran. This knowledge offers complete guidance for every dimension of human life, addressing both worldly and spiritual needs. By adhering to it, individuals attain a balanced mental and physical state and properly order everything and everyone within their lives, thereby ensuring success in this world and the hereafter. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 2.
Those are verses of the wise book.
To truly benefit from the Holy Quran, one must engage with it according to the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. This requires not only accurate and consistent recitation, but also sincere effort to understand its meanings and implement its guidance in daily life. Recitation without comprehension is insufficient, for the Holy Quran is not merely a text for vocal expression. It is a complete and practical source of guidance. True benefit is achieved only when its principles are actively applied, much like a map that guides a traveler only when followed. Moreover, the Holy Quran is not to be used for materialistic purposes, such as repetitively reciting specific verses solely to attain worldly desires like wealth, children, or spouses. It was not revealed to fulfill personal whims, as worldly blessings have their own divinely ordained means. Instead, the Holy Quran directs humanity toward the correct and balanced use of the blessings granted to them. Those who sincerely follow its guidance attain harmony of mind and body, manage their lives with wisdom and purpose, and prepare diligently for accountability on the Day of Judgment. In this way, they achieve peace, success, and balance in both worlds. Thus, the Holy Quran is not only the perfection of knowledge but also the ultimate guide to righteous living, transforming hearts, conduct, and societies when approached with sincerity, humility, and action. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 3.
As guidance and mercy for the doers of good.
After establishing that Islamic teachings benefit only those who act upon them, the text highlights two core actions upon which all other righteous deeds are founded. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 4.
Who establish prayer and give the obligatory charity.
Establishing the obligatory prayers is repeatedly emphasized in Islamic teachings because prayer is the central pillar upon which all good actions revolve. It forms the foundation of a person's relationship with Allah, the Exalted, and serves as the means by which they remain steadfast in righteousness. True prayer, however, is not merely a sequence of physical movements. It is an act of deep reflection and humility that connects the worshipper to the reality of the hereafter. This humility is cultivated when one understands how each stage of the prayer symbolizes aspects of the Day of Judgment, reminding them of their ultimate accountability before their Creator. For this reason, the 5 daily prayers are distributed throughout the day rather than being offered together. Each prayer provides a renewed opportunity to pause, reflect, and realign one's actions with divine guidance. When a person stands upright in prayer, they are reminded of how all people will stand before Allah, the Exalted, on the Day of Judgment. Chapter 83 Al-Mutaffifin, verses 4-6.
Do they not think that they will be resurrected? For a tremendous day, the day when mankind will stand before the Lord of the worlds.
When they bow, it recalls the fate of those who will be criticized on Judgment Day for refusing to bow to Allah, the Exalted, during their lives on earth. Chapter 77 Al-Mursalat, verse 48.
And when it is said to them, bow in prayer, they do not bow.
This criticism extends beyond physical bowing, to include the failure to submit practically to the obedience of Allah, the Exalted, in all aspects of life. When one prostrates in prayer, It recalls the scene of Judgment Day when people will be invited to prostrate before Allah, the Exalted. Those who did not prostrate correctly during their lives, meaning they did not obey Him sincerely in all matters, will be prevented from doing so. Chapter 68 Al-Kalam, verses 42 to 43.
On the day when matters become dire, they will be invited to prostrate themselves but will be prevented from doing so. Their eyes humbled, humiliation will cover them. And they used to be invited to prostration while they were sound.
When one sits on their knees in prayer, it should remind them of how they will sit in this position before Allah, the Exalted, on the Day of Judgment, awaiting their final judgment in fear and humility. Chapter 45 Al-Jatiyah, verse 28.
And you will see every nation kneeling from fear. Every nation will be called to its record and told, "Today you will be recompensed for what you used to do."
The one who prays with these reflections in mind establishes their prayers correctly. Such prayer ensures that they sincerely obey Allah, the Exalted, in the time between prayers, using the blessings they have been granted in ways pleasing to Him. Chapter 29 Al-Ankabut, verse 45.
Indeed, prayer prohibits immorality and wrongdoing.
Prayer, when performed with understanding and humility, becomes a constant reminder of accountability, a shield against sin, and a source of strength for obedience. It transforms the person's life, ensuring that their blessings are used correctly, their relationships are nurtured sincerely, and their actions are aligned with divine guidance. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 4.
Who establish prayer and give the obligatory charity.
The obligatory charity represents only a small fraction of a person's wealth, and it is required only when one possesses a fixed minimum amount. Its purpose is not financial burden but spiritual reminder. It teaches that wealth does not truly belong to the individual. If it were entirely theirs, they would be free to spend it however they wished. Instead, wealth is created and granted by Allah the Exalted, and must therefore be used in accordance with His pleasure. Every blessing, whether wealth, health, knowledge or status, is a trust, a loan entrusted to a person by Allah the Exalted, which must ultimately be repaid to its rightful owner. This repayment is not through returning the blessing itself, but by utilizing it in ways pleasing to Him, as outlined in the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. When a person fulfills this trust, their wealth becomes a source of purification, protection, and reward. But when one fails to grasp this truth and behaves as though blessings belong solely to them, misuse inevitably follows. The withholding of obligatory charity is a striking example of this misuse. Treating wealth as if it were theirs alone, the negligent person faces a penalty, just as one who fails to repay a worldly loan is held accountable. The severity of this accountability is illustrated in a hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 1403, which warns that the one who neglects obligatory charity will be confronted on the Day of Judgment by a large poisonous snake that coils around them and continuously bites them as punishment. This stark imagery underscores that wealth is both a blessing and a test. When used correctly, it elevates a person spiritually, strengthens community bonds, and secures reward in the hereafter. When hoarded or misused, it becomes a source of torment and regret in both worlds. Chapter 3 Ali Imran, verse 180.
And let not those who greedily withhold what Allah has given them of His bounty ever think that it is better for them. Rather, it is worse for them. Their necks will be encircled by what they withheld on the day of resurrection.
Even in this world, wealth upon which charity is withheld becomes a source of stress and misery. Instead of bringing comfort and security, it drives misuse of blessings, leading to imbalance in mental and physical states, misplaced priorities, and strained relationships. Such negligence results in confusion in this life and ruin in the next. Outwardly, one may enjoy luxuries, but inwardly they remain restless, burdened by anxiety, and deprived of true contentment. Wealth that could have been a means of purification and reward instead becomes a cause of hardship and regret. Ultimately, neglecting this duty is an exchange of eternal peace for fleeting comfort, and lasting success for temporary illusion. The wise person recognizes that every coin spent in the way of Allah, the Exalted, is not a loss but an investment, one that yields returns far greater than anything this world can offer. Chapter 20 Taha, verses 124 to 126.
And whoever turns away from my remembrance, indeed he will have a depressed, i.e., difficult life, and we will gather, i.e., raise him on the day of resurrection blind. He will say, My Lord, why have you raised me blind while I was once seeing? Allah will say, Thus did our signs come to you, and you forgot, i.e., disregarded them, and thus will you this day be forgotten.
Both the obligatory prayers and the obligatory charity are not simply ritual acts. They are profound reminders of accountability before Allah, the Exalted, on the Day of Judgment. When a person establishes them correctly, they cultivate certainty in the hereafter, and this certainty becomes the guiding force behind every intention, word, and deed. It transforms their daily life, ensuring that their actions are not driven by fleeting desires, but by the awareness of eternal accountability. Prayer, when performed with humility and reflection, anchors the heart to divine remembrance. Each stage of the prayer symbolizes aspects of the Day of Judgment, reminding the worshipper of their ultimate standing before Allah, the Exalted. Charity, when given sincerely, purifies wealth and restrains greed, reminding the giver that blessings are a trust, not possessions. Together, these obligations nurture a balanced mental and physical state, enabling a person to correctly place everything and everyone within their life. They become disciplined in their relationships, purposeful in their use of blessings, and mindful of their responsibilities. This certainty in the hereafter is not abstract belief, but a living reality that influences conduct. It restrains immorality, inspires generosity, and strengthens resilience in times of hardship. It ensures that a person prepares practically for accountability, using every blessing, time, wealth, health, and knowledge in ways pleasing to Allah, the Exalted. In this way, peace of mind is attained in both worlds, in this life through harmony and balance, and in the next through reward and salvation. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 4.
And they of the hereafter are certain in faith.
Certainty in the hereafter is the foundation of tranquility. It is the conviction that every action has consequence, every blessing is a trust, and every moment is an opportunity to prepare for eternal success. Those who establish prayer and charity with this certainty are safeguarded from heedlessness, guided through ease and difficulty, and granted serenity in their hearts. This also highlights how certainty in the hereafter reshapes priorities. A person no longer views wealth as a possession, but as a means of purification. They no longer see prayer as routine, but as a daily reminder of accountability. Their speech becomes truthful, their intentions sincere, and their actions purposeful. Even in times of trial, certainty in the hereafter provides strength, reminding them that worldly hardships are temporary and eternal peace awaits those who remain steadfast. Thus, prayer and charity are not isolated obligations but interconnected acts that cultivate certainty, discipline, and peace. They are the pillars upon which a person builds a life of balance, obedience, and preparation for the Day of Judgment. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 5.
Those are on right guidance from their Lord, and it is those who are the successful.
Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 5.
And they of the hereafter are certain in faith.
Observing the universe reveals countless examples of balance. The Earth, for instance, occupies a precise distance from the Sun, and even a small variation would make life impossible. Similarly, the water cycle, where water evaporates from the oceans, condenses in the atmosphere, and returns as rain, functions in perfect harmony, sustaining all living beings. The soil itself is created with careful balance, soft enough for delicate plant shoots to grow, yet strong enough to support heavy constructions. Such signs indicate not only the existence of a creator, but also the meticulous order and balance in the universe. Yet, a striking imbalance exists in human behavior. Oppressors and tyrants frequently escape punishment, while countless victims endure hardships without receiving their due. Many believers who sincerely obey Allah, the Exalted, experience difficulties and trials, whereas those who openly disobey Him often enjoy worldly comforts. Just as Allah, the Exalted, maintains balance in creation, the balance of reward and punishment must also be established. Since it is not fully realized in this world, the Day of Judgment becomes a necessity. Allah, the Exalted, could implement full justice in this life, fully rewarding the righteous and punishing the wrongdoers. However, His wisdom and mercy dictate otherwise. By allowing repeated opportunities for repentance, He grants individuals the chance to reform and correct their behavior before ultimate accountability. Similarly, the limited worldly reward given to believers reflects that this life is not paradise. A crucial element of faith is belief in the unseen, the complete reward and punishment awaiting in the next life. Faith derives its true significance from trusting in what cannot be perceived by the five physical senses. If all consequences were visible in this world, faith would lose its distinctive weight and value. Belief in the unseen motivates individuals to abstain from sin and to perform righteous deeds. The hope of full reward in the hereafter, coupled with fear of punishment, encourages responsible and sincere action in all aspects of life. This principle underlines the importance of striving in both spiritual and practical matters, knowing that ultimate justice is certain. The day of recompense cannot occur until this material world comes to an end, as reward and punishment can only be justly assigned after all human deeds have concluded. This reality highlights the inevitability of the world's end. Chapter 45 Al-Jatiyah, verse 22.
For Allah created the heavens and the earth for a purpose, so that every soul may be paid back for what it has committed, and none will be wronged.
Reflection on these truths strengthens faith in the Day of Judgment and encourages proper preparation. By utilizing the blessings granted by Allah, the Exalted, in accordance with the guidance of the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, a person can achieve harmony in their mental and physical state and correctly prioritize and place everything and everyone in their life. This conduct ensures success and inner peace in both worlds. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 5.
Those are on right guidance from their Lord, and it is those who are the successful.
No matter how advanced a society becomes, and regardless of the knowledge it acquires in diverse fields, including the study of the mental and physical dimensions of human beings, it will never succeed in producing a flawless code of conduct that is perfectly aligned with human nature and capable of addressing every circumstance, condition, and scenario that individuals or communities encounter throughout their existence on Earth. Human knowledge, though vast and ever-expanding, remains partial and fragmented. Even with ongoing discoveries about the human brain and other aspects of existence, humanity cannot achieve the comprehensive understanding required to establish a perfect system that guarantees tranquility and justice for both individuals and societies. This limitation is not due to lack of effort, but due to the inherent boundaries of human capacity. Each generation uncovers new insights, yet these discoveries only highlight how much remains unknown. For example, the functions at different regions of the human brain are still being studied, and many mysteries remain unsolved. If humanity struggles to fully comprehend even the mechanics of its own body, how can it hope to construct a complete and flawless moral and social framework that accounts for every possible condition of life? Only Allah, the Exalted, possesses such boundless knowledge, for He is the creator of all things and encompasses the entirety of past, present, and future. His wisdom is absolute, unhindered by time, bias, or limitation. Thus, He alone is rightly positioned to provide humanity with a divine code of conduct, a standard that clearly distinguishes good from evil, benefit from harm, and offers peace of mind in a world otherwise filled with stress. This divine guidance is not partial or temporary. It is comprehensive, eternal, and perfectly suited to human nature. History itself testifies to this truth. Whenever the divine code of conduct was sincerely implemented, it produced societies marked by justice, tranquility, and peace. Individuals who embraced it found balance in their lives, while communities flourished under its guidance. The transformation of societies that adhered to divine law demonstrates that it is not only superior, but indispensable for human well-being. Where human systems faltered, divine guidance succeeded, because it was rooted in perfect knowledge and designed to harmonize with the deepest needs of the human soul. Therefore, a person must embrace the divine code of conduct bestowed upon them, recognizing it as the most beneficial for their welfare, even when certain aspects conflict with personal desires. The analogy of a wise patient illustrates this reality. Just as a patient accepts and follows the advice of a physician, despite bitter medicines and strict dietary restrictions, knowing it is ultimately for their benefit, so too must individuals accept and act upon the guidance of Allah, the Exalted. Though it may challenge their inclinations, it secures their true well-being in this world and ensures their success in the hereafter. Ultimately, the divine code of conduct is not a restriction but a liberation. It frees a person from the confusion of conflicting human ideologies and provides a clear path to peace of mind. By following it, individuals prepare themselves for accountability on the Day of Judgment, ensuring that their lives are lived with purpose, balance, and obedience to Allah the Exalted. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 5.
And it is those who are the successful.
In truth, every person who turns away from the divine code of conduct revealed by Allah the Exalted, and instead embraces man-made systems of conduct, does so in pursuit of gratifying worldly desires. This is because all codes devised by human beings are ultimately rooted in human inclinations, ambitions, and self-interest. Unlike the divine law, which is founded upon wisdom, justice, and mercy, man-made systems are shaped by the desires of those who construct them. The wealthy and powerful are often the most entrenched in this mindset. They recognize that accepting the truth of Islam would require submission to a higher moral framework, one that imposes limits on their unchecked indulgence. Such submission would restrict their exploitation of others, their excesses, and their misuse of authority. Out of fear of losing influence and privilege, they not only reject the truth themselves, but also actively encourage others to follow their lead. In this way, they attempt to preserve their worldly status, even at the cost of their eternal well-being. This pattern is not new. Historically, the first to oppose the holy prophets, peace be upon them, were often the elites of society, those who feared that embracing divine guidance would undermine their power and expose their injustices. Their rejection was not due to a lack of evidence or clarity regarding the truth of the message, for the signs of Allah, the Exalted, were manifest before them. Rather, their opposition arose from arrogance, pride, and the desire to continue living according to their whims. Thus, the rejection of divine guidance is rarely an intellectual dispute about truth or falsehood. It is, more often than not, a matter of the heart, a refusal to restrain desires and submit to the authority of the Creator. The leaders of the non-Muslims of Mecca, motivated by fear of losing their social influence and leadership, employed numerous tactics to discourage people from accepting Islam. Their opposition was not based on ignorance of the truth, for the signs of Allah, the Exalted, were manifest before them. Rather, it was rooted in arrogance, pride, and the desire to preserve their worldly privileges. One example is Nadar bin Harith, a nobleman of Mecca, who purchased female singers to entice people away from listening to and embracing the call of Islam. Through their charms and songs, he sought to distract hearts and minds from divine guidance. In response to such behavior, Allah the Exalted revealed chapter 31 Luqman verse 6.
And of the people is he who buys the amusement of speech to mislead others from the way of Allah without knowledge, and who takes it his way in ridicule. Those will have a humiliating punishment.
This has been discussed in Imam Safi Rahman's The Sealed Nectar, page 91. This incident illustrates how entertainment was deliberately used as a weapon against truth. In the modern age, businesses and industries that profit from indulgence in worldly desires employ tactics that mirror those used by the leaders of Mecca in the past. Their objective is to discourage individuals from acting upon the teachings of Islam, which call for moderation, restraint, and the responsible enjoyment of blessings. These entities understand that adherence to divine guidance limits excess, curbs exploitation, and promotes discipline, all of which threaten their profits and influence. To achieve their aims, they saturate society with endless forms of entertainment, movies, television shows, music, and countless diversions, crafted to occupy minds, distract hearts, and weaken resolve. By flooding daily life with distractions, they prevent people from reflecting upon divine guidance and keep them immersed in indulgence. The strategy is deliberate, to divert attention from truth, ridicule restraint, and entice people into lifestyles defined by unchecked desires. This phenomenon is not accidental, but calculated. Entertainment is presented as harmless amusement, yet its underlying effect is to dull spiritual awareness, weaken moral resolve, and normalize indulgence. Just as Nadar bin Harith used singers to lure people away from listening to the message of Islam, Modern industries use media and entertainment to drown out reflection and suppress the voice of conscience. The aim remains unchanged: to obstruct remembrance of Allah the Exalted and to keep people bound to worldly distractions. The consequences of this strategy are profound. When hearts are occupied with constant amusement, they lose the capacity for deep reflection. When minds are saturated with diversions, they struggle to contemplate accountability before Allah the Exalted. When desires are constantly indulged, discipline and restraint are eroded. The result is a society that appears advanced in material terms, but is spiritually weakened, restless and unbalanced. Yet the perceptive person recognizes the pattern. They see that the flood of entertainment is not neutral but purposeful, designed to keep humanity away from divine guidance. Thus, the modern age, despite its technological progress, echoes the same opposition faced by the holy prophets, peace be upon them. The tools may differ, songs in Mecca, media in the present, but the aim is identical: to mislead people from the way of Allah the Exalted. In addition, those who strive to adhere to Islamic teachings, which emphasize moderation and self-discipline, are often met with hostility from individuals who indulge in excess and act without restraint. Islam describes such behavior as animalistic, for it reduces human beings to the pursuit of unchecked impulses. These individuals frequently attempt to dissuade others from accepting Islam and discourage Muslims from practicing their faith, luring them into lifestyles defined by indulgence. They often target specific aspects of Islam, such as the dress code for women, in an attempt to undermine its appeal. Yet perceptive individuals recognize the superficiality of these criticisms. For example, while critics may object to the Islamic dress code, they do not apply the same scrutiny to professional dress codes in law enforcement, the military, healthcare, education, or business. This selective criticism exposes the fragility of their arguments and reveals that their opposition stems not from reason, but from contempt for Islam's emphasis on self-discipline. Ultimately, it is the core principles of Islam and the disciplined conduct of its adherents that provoke such attacks. Chapter 31, Luqman, verse 6.
And of the people is he who buys the amusement of speech to mislead others from the way of Allah without knowledge, and who takes it in ridicule.
To overcome distractions and criticisms, a person must adopt a deliberate and disciplined approach to their choices. Every action, every pursuit, and every indulgence must be weighed carefully against its benefits and harms. This process of reflection ensures that one does not act impulsively, but instead lives with awareness of accountability before Allah, the Exalted. If the harms of an activity outweigh its benefits, abstention is the wiser and safer course, for it protects the heart, preserves resources, and safeguards faith. The harms of indulgence are many. They include the wasting of precious resources such as time, energy, and wealth, resources that are entrusted to each person by Allah, the Exalted, for purposeful use. They also include engagement in vain pursuits, which, though not sinful in themselves, fail to utilize blessings correctly. Vain activities do not lead to peace of mind, for they neither elevate the soul nor prepare one for the hereafter. Instead, they drain resources and leave a person empty-handed on the day of judgment, full of regret when others present good deeds earned by avoiding vain pursuits and using their blessings responsibly. Chapter 31, Luqman, verses 6 to 7.
Those will have a humiliating punishment. And when our verses are recited to him, he turns away arrogantly as if he had not heard them, as if there was in his ears deafness. So give him tidings of a painful punishment.
This verse reminds humanity that heedless indulgence, whether in sinful or vain pursuits, ultimately leads to humiliation and regret. The person who wastes their blessings on distractions will find themselves deprived of reward, while those who use their blessings correctly will stand honored before Allah, the Exalted. By assessing activities in this manner, a person reduces the likelihood of disobeying Allah, the Exalted, through misuse of blessings. Instead, they remain firm in obedience, ensuring that their resources are used responsibly and purposefully. This approach secures a balanced mental and physical state, allows for the correct placement of everything and everyone within their life, and prepares them adequately for accountability on the Day of Judgment. Such conduct leads to peace of mind in both worlds. In this life, it brings clarity, discipline, and harmony, freeing the person from the restlessness of indulgence. In the hereafter, it secures reward, salvation, and eternal tranquility. True serenity lies not in indulgence or heedless enjoyment, but in disciplined obedience to Allah, the Exalted. It is through this discipline that a person transforms blessings into means of purification, safeguards their heart from regret, and attains serenity in this life and eternal success in the next. This also highlights the importance of intentional living. Every blessing, whether wealth, health, knowledge, or time, is a trust from Allah, the Exalted. To misuse these blessings is to betray that trust, while to use them responsibly is to fulfill it. The believer who lives with this awareness views every choice as an opportunity to draw closer to Allah, the Exalted. They understand that abstaining from vain pursuits is not deprivation but liberation, freeing them from emptiness and preparing them for eternal fulfillment. Thus the path to peace of mind is clear: weigh every action, avoid what is harmful or vain, and remain steadfast in obedience. In doing so, a person secures balance in this world and success in the hereafter, proving that true tranquility is found only in disciplined submission to Allah, the Exalted. Chapter 31 Luqman, verses 8-9.
Indeed, those who believe and do righteous deeds, for them are the gardens of pleasure, wherein they abide eternally. It is the promise of Allah which is truth. And He is the Exalted in might, the wise.
In order to be positively influenced by the promise of Allah, the Exalted, which guarantees peace of mind in both worlds, a person must cultivate strong and unwavering faith. This promise is not abstract. It is a living reality that manifests through attaining a balanced mental and physical state, and through correctly placing everything and everyone within one's life according to divine wisdom. Such balance is only achieved when blessings are used in accordance with Islamic teachings, for these teachings are designed to guide humanity toward harmony, justice, and tranquility. Strong faith is the anchor that keeps one firm in obedience to Allah, the Exalted, regardless of circumstances. Whether in times of ease or hardship, faith ensures that one remains committed to divine guidance, resisting the temptation to misuse blessings or surrender to desires. This deep conviction is nurtured by understanding and implementing the clear signs and teachings found in the Holy Quran and the noble traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. These sources reveal with certainty that true obedience to Allah, the Exalted, brings serenity in this life and eternal success in the hereafter. On the other hand, weak faith, born of ignorance or neglect, leaves a person vulnerable. Those who lack knowledge of Islamic principles are easily swayed when their desires clash with divine guidance. They fail to recognize that surrendering their desires in favor of obedience to Allah, the Exalted, is the true key to peace in both worlds. Instead, they arrogantly turn away from divine guidance, even if they outwardly claim belief in it. This attitude leads them to persist in misusing the blessings they have been granted, resulting in imbalance in their mental and physical state, misplaced priorities in life, and failure to prepare adequately for accountability on the Day of Judgment. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 7.
And when our verses are recited to him, he turns away arrogantly as if he had not heard them, as if there was in his ears deafness. So give him tidings of a painful punishment.
Such arrogance blinds the heart, preventing it from recognizing the truth and depriving it of tranquility. Even if such individuals enjoy certain worldly luxuries, inwardly they remain restless, burdened by stress, and deprived of true contentment. Their misuse of blessings leads to confusion in this life and ruin in the next. Therefore, it is essential for individuals to strengthen their faith through the pursuit of Islamic knowledge and its practical application. Faith is not strengthened by mere claim but by action, by living in accordance with divine guidance, by reflecting upon the signs of Allah, the Exalted, and by using blessings responsibly. This obedience ensures the attainment of a balanced mental and physical state, the proper prioritization of all aspects of life, and adequate preparation for accountability on the Day of Judgment. Chapter 31 Luqman, verses 8-9.
Indeed, those who believe and do righteous deeds, for them are the gardens of pleasure, wherein they abide eternally. It is the promise of Allah which is truth. And He is the Exalted in might, the wise.
This promise is both a source of hope and a call to action. It assures the believer that every act of obedience, every moment of restraint, and every blessing used correctly is an investment in eternal peace. It reminds them that worldly trials are temporary, while the reward of faith and righteousness is everlasting. Expanding further, strong faith transforms the believer's entire outlook. It reshapes intentions, purifies speech, and guides actions. It teaches patience in hardship, gratitude in ease, and humility in success. It ensures that blessings are not misused, but directed toward the service of Allah, the Exalted, and the benefit of others. In this way, faith becomes the foundation of peace in both worlds, fulfilling the divine promise of tranquility, balance, and eternal reward. After encouraging people to obey Him and avoid disobedience, Allah, the Exalted, directs attention to the signs within the universe which testify to His oneness and absolute authority. These signs are not abstract, but visible realities that invite reflection and recognition of the Creator. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 10.
He created the heavens without pillars that you see.
This statement draws the human mind to contemplate the vastness and stability of the heavens. When constructing even a simple building, pillars and supports must be carefully placed to maintain its integrity. Engineers and builders must calculate, plan, and design with precision to ensure the structure is strong and safe. If such effort is required for a modest human construction, how can one imagine that the heavens and the earth, far greater in scale and complexity, came into existence by accident? If they were the product of chance, their construction would be imperfect, unstable, and unsafe. Yet the heavens and the earth are perfectly ordered, balanced, and secure, which clearly points to the deliberate planning and flawless wisdom of the Creator, Allah the Exalted. The heavens are suspended without visible pillars, yet they remain stable and expansive. This is a sign of divine power and wisdom, reminding humanity that the universe is not random but purposeful. Every star, planet, and galaxy follows precise laws, demonstrating order and harmony. Such perfection cannot be attributed to accident or coincidence. It is the work of one who possesses infinite knowledge and power. Furthermore, if multiple deities had been responsible for the creation of the heavens and the earth, chaos would have ensued. Each deity would demand and desire something different, leading to conflict and disorder. Chapter 21 Al-Anbiya, verse 22.
Had there been within them, i.e., the heavens and earth gods besides Allah, they both would have been ruined.
The harmony and balance observed throughout the universe, its precise laws, its stability, and its order, demonstrate that it is the work of one Creator, Allah, the Exalted, who alone created and controls all things. The absence of conflict in the natural order is itself proof of divine unity. These signs remind humanity of its own limitations. While human beings require supports, calculations, and materials to construct even small structures, Allah the Exalted creates vast realms without visible supports, sustaining them effortlessly. This contrast highlights the dependence of creation upon the Creator, and the futility of attributing divine qualities to anyone besides Him. The heavens and the earth are not the result of accident or multiplicity of gods, but of the perfect wisdom and power of the one who sustains all creation. Their balance and organization are a constant reminder that Allah, the Exalted, alone deserves worship, obedience, and submission. To ignore these signs is to deny the most evident truths of existence. As the earth spins at immense speed, Allah, the Exalted, has created mountains as stabilizing pegs, ensuring that life can flourish upon it. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 10.
And has cast into the earth firmly set mountains, lest it should shift with you.
The mountains are not merely majestic structures that adorn the landscape, they serve a profound purpose in maintaining the balance of the earth. Just as pegs secure a tent, mountains anchor the earth's crust, preventing excessive movement and instability. Without these stabilizing features, the constant rotation of the earth would cause violent shifts, making it impossible for life to exist in peace. Their presence allows rivers to flow, valleys to form, and climates to stabilize, thereby creating an environment suitable for human habitation, agriculture, and the flourishing of countless species. This intricate design demonstrates that the earth was not formed by accident, but by the deliberate wisdom of Allah, the Exalted, who ensures that creation remains balanced and secure. Mountains are not only stabilizers of the earth's crust, but also vital reservoirs that retain and purify rainwater, including acidic rain, transforming it into fresh water suitable for farming and drinking by humans and animals. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 10.
And disperse therein from every creature.
The mountains act as natural filters, absorbing rainfall and releasing it gradually into rivers and streams. This process purifies water, making it safe for consumption and irrigation. Without this system, acidic rain and impurities would devastate crops and harm living beings. Furthermore, mountains store snow and ice, which melt seasonally to provide a steady supply of water to surrounding lands. This cycle sustains farming, nourishes livestock, and ensures that communities can thrive. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 10.
And disperse therein from every creature. And we sent down rain from the sky, and made grow therein plants of every noble kind.
The dispersal of creatures across the earth, mentioned in this verse, is directly linked to this provision, as animals and humans depend on the water and fertile land that mountains help sustain. Thus, mountains are not passive structures, but active participants in the preservation of life, reflecting divine wisdom in every detail. Such precision in creation demonstrates that the universe is not the product of accident, but a deliberate design. Evolution, being a process of mutation, is by its nature imperfect. Yet when one observes the countless species, they find them created in a perfectly balanced way, each adapted to thrive in its environment. Mutations, by definition, are random and often harmful, producing irregularities rather than perfection. If life was solely the result of such mutations, species would be unstable, poorly adapted, and unable to survive long-term. However, when one studies the natural world, they find creatures designed with remarkable precision, each suited to its environment in ways that cannot be explained by chance. The camel, for instance, is equipped with features that allow it to endure desert conditions, while the goat produces pure milk despite impurities in its body. These examples reveal a system of creation that is purposeful, balanced, and flawless. The harmony between species, their environments, and their roles in the ecosystem points to the deliberate design of Allah, the Exalted, whose wisdom encompasses all things. Consider the camel. It is designed to withstand extreme heat and survive long periods without water, making it perfectly suited for desert life. Chapter 88 Al-Ghashiyah, verse 17.
Then do they not look at the camels, how they are created?
The camel's body is a marvel of adaptation. Its humps store fat, which can be converted into energy and water when resources are scarce. Its long eyelashes and closable nostrils protect it from sandstorms, while its padded feet allow it to walk across scorching desert sands without injury. These features are not random but intentional, designed to ensure survival in one of the harshest environments on Earth. The camel's endurance and utility also serve humanity, providing transport, milk, and meat in regions where few other animals can thrive. This example illustrates how Allah, the Exalted, has created each species with precision, equipping it with the tools necessary to fulfill its role in creation. Similarly, the goat is designed in such a way that impurities within its body are perfectly separated from the milk it produces. Were these substances to mix, the milk would be undrinkable. Yet Allah, the Exalted, has created the process so that pure, palatable milk flows from between excretion and blood. Chapter 16 and Al, verse 66.
And indeed for you in grazing livestock is a lesson. We give you drink from what is in their bellies, between excretion and blood, pure milk palatable to drinkers.
This verse highlights the extraordinary system within livestock. Despite the proximity of blood and waste in the digestive process, milk emerges pure, nutritious, and pleasant to drink. This separation is not the result of chance, but a divine design, ensuring that humans have access to a vital source of nourishment. The goat, along with other grazing animals, provides sustenance that is both accessible and beneficial, supporting human life across diverse regions. The lesson here is clear. Allah, the Exalted, has created systems within creatures that defy human comprehension, demonstrating His mercy and wisdom in providing for humanity. Furthermore, each species has been granted a specific lifespan that prevents one from overwhelming others. Flies, for instance, live only 3 to 4 weeks, yet lay hundreds of eggs. If their lifespan were longer, their population would overwhelm all other species. Conversely, creatures with long lifespans produce only a few offspring, ensuring moderation in their numbers. This balance maintains harmony in the ecosystem and prevents chaos. The regulation of lifespans and reproduction rates is a sign of divine wisdom. Short-lived creatures reproduce rapidly, but their brief existence prevents them from dominating the ecosystem. Long-lived creatures reproduce slowly, ensuring that their populations remain stable over time. This balance prevents any one species from overwhelming others, preserving diversity and harmony in the natural world. If such regulation were absent, ecosystems would collapse under the weight of disproportionate populations. The fly, with its short lifespan and rapid reproduction, illustrates this principle perfectly. Were it to live longer, its numbers would become uncontrollable, disrupting life for all other species. By contrast, animals such as eagles, with long lifespans and few offspring, maintain balance in their environment. This system of moderation cannot be explained by accident or mutation. It is evidence of deliberate design by Allah the Exalted. All of this cannot be explained as mere accident, nor can the imperfect process of mutation account for such precision. The stability of the earth, the purification of water, the adaptation of animals, and the balance of species all testify to the wisdom and power of Allah the Exalted. They are signs of His oneness, reminding humanity that He alone sustains creation and that obedience to Him is the path to peace in both worlds. The natural world is filled with lessons for those who reflect. Every mountain, every creature, and every system of balance points to the Creator. These signs are not hidden but manifest, inviting humanity to acknowledge the oneness of Allah the Exalted. To attribute such perfection to accident is to deny the most evident truths of existence. The harmony of creation demonstrates that Allah the Exalted alone possesses the knowledge and power to sustain life. Recognizing this truth leads to obedience, gratitude, and peace, while ignoring it results in imbalance, arrogance, and ruin. Thus, the signs of creation are not only proofs of divine wisdom, but also guides for human conduct, reminding us that true tranquility lies in submission to Allah the Exalted. The earth has been designed in such a way that it serves as a source of provision for all creation. Its soil, water, air, and climate are harmonized to produce sustenance in countless forms. Yet the act of granting life to a dead seed is beyond human control, for no farmer, scientist, or ruler can breathe vitality into a lifeless grain. This miracle clearly indicates the presence and power of a Creator who governs life and death. The transformation of a dry seed into a living plant is not merely a biological process but a sign of divine authority, reminding humanity that provision is ultimately in the hands of Allah the Exalted. It is He who determines when a seed will sprout, how it will grow, and what fruit it will bear, thereby showing that sustenance is not guaranteed by human effort alone but by divine decree. In fact, the same land, watered from the same source, produces fruits of varying qualities. Chapter 13 Ar-Ra'd verse 4.
And within the land are neighboring plots and gardens of grapevines and crops and palm trees, growing several from a root or otherwise, watered with one water, but we make some of them exceed others in quality of fruit.
This verse draws attention to the diversity of outcomes from identical conditions. Neighboring plots of land, receiving the same water and sunlight, yield fruits of different taste, texture, and quality. Such variation cannot be explained solely by agricultural factors, for the decision of the outcome lies beyond human effort. It is Allah the Exalted who determines the excellence of each fruit, demonstrating His wisdom and reminding humanity that provision is not guaranteed by effort alone but by divine decree. This diversity also serves as a lesson in humility, teaching people that they are not the ultimate controllers of their sustenance, but recipients of divine mercy. Even within a single tree, fruits differ in quality. Some are sweet, others less so, some ripen fully, while others remain underdeveloped. This variation, despite identical conditions, clearly indicates that the outcome is not controlled by human hands but by Allah the Exalted. He alone decides the measure of provision, granting diversity and abundance as signs of His power. Chapter 31 Luqman verse 10.
And we sent down rain from the sky and made grow therein plants of every noble kind.
Rain falls uniformly, yet the plants that emerge are diverse in form, color, and benefit. Some provide nourishment, others medicine, and others beauty. This diversity reflects the nobility of creation, For Allah, the Exalted, has designed the earth to produce countless blessings from the same source. It is a reminder that provision is not random but purposeful, pointing to the oneness of the Creator who sustains all life. The noble variety of plants also demonstrates that every blessing has a role, whether grand or small, and that each is part of a greater system of balance established by divine wisdom. Thus, the earth itself becomes a living testimony to the power and oneness of Allah, the Exalted. Its ability to produce diverse provisions from identical conditions, its variation even within a single tree, and its transformation of lifeless seeds into living plants, all point to a Creator who governs with wisdom and mercy. These signs invite humanity to reflect, to acknowledge divine authority, and to live with gratitude and obedience. Those who recognize these signs strengthen their faith and prepare for accountability, while those who ignore them deprive themselves of peace and balance in both worlds. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 11.
This is the creation of Allah. So show me what those other than Him have created. Rather, the wrongdoers are in clear error.
Allah, the Exalted, then presents the example of Luqman, a man who recognized and accepted the clear signs within creation and divine guidance which indicate the oneness of Allah, the Exalted, and how He alone must be obeyed at all times. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 12.
And we had certainly given Luqman wisdom that be grateful to Allah.
This verse highlights that wisdom is not merely intellectual knowledge, but the ability to apply knowledge correctly and beneficially. Wisdom teaches people how to use both worldly and religious knowledge in ways that bring benefit to themselves and others in both worlds. It is a guiding light that transforms information into purposeful action. When wisdom is present, it naturally leads to gratitude, for the wise person recognizes that every blessing, whether knowledge, wealth, health, or opportunity, comes from Allah the Exalted and must be used in accordance with His will. Gratitude itself manifests in three essential dimensions. Gratitude in one's intention means acting solely to please Allah the Exalted, without seeking worldly recognition or selfish gain. Gratitude in one's speech means speaking what is good, beneficial, and truthful, or remaining silent when words would cause harm or distraction. Gratitude in one's actions means using the blessings one has been granted in ways pleasing to Allah, the Exalted, as outlined in the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. When gratitude is practiced in these three dimensions, it becomes a comprehensive way of life. It ensures that blessings are not misused but directed toward righteousness, service, and obedience. This leads to further blessings, for Allah, the Exalted, promises increase to those who are grateful. It also secures peace of mind and success in both worlds, as gratitude nurtures a balanced mental and physical state. By correctly placing everything and everyone within one's life, giving each its rightful priority, gratitude brings harmony, discipline, and serenity. Chapter 14 Ibrahim, verse 7.
If you are grateful, I will surely increase you in favor.
Thus, the example of Luqman teaches that wisdom and gratitude are inseparable. Wisdom guides the correct use of blessings, and gratitude ensures that they are used with humility and purpose. Together, they lead to tranquility in this life and eternal success in the hereafter, fulfilling the divine promise of Allah, the Exalted. Allah, the Exalted, reminds humanity that gratitude is ultimately for their own benefit, as He is free of need and unaffected by the gratitude or ingratitude of people. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 12.
And whoever is grateful for the benefit of himself. And whoever denies His favor, then indeed Allah is free of need and praiseworthy.
This verse establishes a profound truth. Allah, the Exalted, is independent of His creation. He does not gain from their obedience, nor lose from their disobedience. Gratitude, therefore, is not a favor bestowed upon him, but a means of elevating the one who practices it. When a person shows gratitude, they purify their heart, strengthen their faith, and secure blessings in both worlds. When they deny His favors, they harm only themselves, for Allah, the Exalted, remains exalted and praiseworthy regardless of their attitude. Avoiding an arrogant attitude is crucial, as it may lead one to mistakenly believe they are doing Allah, the Exalted, a favor by following Islamic teachings. Such an attitude corrupts sincerity and hinders genuine obedience, particularly when personal desires conflict with divine commands. Arrogance blinds the heart, making a person resistant to guidance and vulnerable to straying from the right path. True humility, on the other hand, allows one to recognize that obedience is not a burden but a blessing, and that every act of faith ultimately serves their own benefit. Those who acknowledge this reality cultivate humility before Allah the Exalted, and remain steadfast in obedience during both hardship and ease. In times of trial, they exhibit patience, trusting in divine wisdom. In times of comfort, they express gratitude, recognizing that blessings are gifts to be used responsibly. This balance of patience and gratitude ensures that their faith is consistent, not dependent on circumstances, and that their conduct remains aligned with divine guidance. Consequently, an individual who consistently behaves in this manner, patient in adversity, grateful in prosperity, humble in obedience, receives unwavering support and compassion from Allah the Exalted. This divine support manifests as peace in both worlds, tranquility in this life through a balanced mental and physical state, and eternal success in the hereafter through correct prioritization of all aspects of life. This truth is beautifully illustrated in a hadith found in Sahih Muslim, number 7500. Thus, gratitude is not merely an expression of words but a way of life. It is the recognition that every blessing is a trust, every trial is an opportunity, and every act of obedience is for one's own benefit. By living with humility, patience, and gratitude, a person secures divine mercy and achieves peace in both worlds. Chapter 31 Luqman verse 12.
And whoever is grateful for the benefit of himself. And whoever denies his favor, then indeed Allah is free of need and praiseworthy.
It is indeed vital to recognize that ingratitude has been paired with disbelief in this verse, and this pairing recurs throughout Islamic teachings. The Holy Quran repeatedly places gratitude alongside faith, and ingratitude alongside disbelief, to emphasize that gratitude is not a mere courtesy but an essential component of belief. This makes it clear that the one who fails to show gratitude through their intentions, speech, and actions has, in practice, fallen into a state that resembles disbelief. As discussed earlier, gratitude in intention means performing good deeds solely for the sake of Allah, the Exalted, without seeking worldly recognition. Gratitude in speech means speaking what is good or remaining silent when words would cause harm. Gratitude in action means correctly using the blessings one has been granted in ways pleasing to Allah, the Exalted, as outlined in the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. When these dimensions of gratitude are absent, blessings are misused and faith itself is endangered. The one who persists in ingratitude is therefore in great danger of losing their faith. Ingratitude blinds the heart, making it incapable of recognizing blessings and incapable of directing them toward obedience. This neglect gradually erodes the foundation of belief, leaving the person vulnerable to arrogance, heedlessness, and ultimately disbelief. Faith may be likened to a delicate flame that requires constant tending. Just as a fire dies out when deprived of fuel, faith weakens and may be extinguished if not sustained through consistent acts of obedience. Prayer, charity, patience, honesty, and service to others are the fuel that keeps the flame of faith alive. Neglecting this spiritual nourishment places a person at risk of losing the very light that guides them. Such a loss is the most devastating of all, for it deprives the soul of peace in this world and salvation in the hereafter. This teaching serves as a reminder that gratitude is not optional, but essential. It is the evidence of faith, the safeguard of belief, and the path to peace in both worlds. By nurturing gratitude in intention, speech, and action, a believer protects the flame of faith, ensuring that it continues to shine brightly until the day of judgment. Allah, the Exalted, then presents the example of Luqman, who demonstrated that true obedience to him includes the responsibility of educating the next generation in a loving and wise manner. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 13.
And when Luqman said to his son while he was instructing him.
This verse highlights the importance of nurturing children with gentleness, wisdom, and sincerity. Luqman's approach was not harsh or authoritarian, rather, it was filled with compassion and guidance. He recognized that the most effective way to instill faith in the hearts of the young was through instruction that combined love with evidence and example with words. His wisdom was not only in what he said but in how he lived, for his gratitude to Allah, the Exalted, was evident in his conduct. The greatest way of instructing others, especially one's children, on the importance of obeying Allah, the Exalted, is through leading by example. Leading by example requires that parents and elders first learn and act upon the teachings of Islam themselves. When children witness sincerity, discipline, and obedience in their parents' actions and speech, they recognize the truthfulness of Islam through living evidence. This form of teaching is far more powerful than mere words, for actions demonstrate conviction. Only then can Muslims effectively teach the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, to the next generation in a way that is rooted in understanding rather than blind imitation. It is sorrowful to observe that many Muslim parents are eager to provide their children with worldly knowledge, striving for academic and professional success, yet they neglect their religious education. Often, they hand over this responsibility to others, forgetting that it is their duty to teach their children the foundations of Islam directly. While encouraging worldly knowledge is praiseworthy, it must never come at the expense of religious education. Sending children to mosques to learn how to recite the Holy Quran without understanding its meaning is insufficient. Recitation without comprehension does not nurture conviction, and without conviction, faith remains fragile. A teenager in particular must accept Islam based on evidence, not blind imitation. If they perceive Islam merely as a cultural practice, they will drift away with time, discarding it as they discard other cultural habits. But when they accept Islam based on clear proofs, they will understand that it is a comprehensive way of life, applicable in every situation and guiding the use of every blessing they have been granted. This conviction can only be instilled when elders within the family teach them the evidences of Islam's truthfulness. And this teaching is only effective when those elders themselves lead by example, living Islam sincerely, consistently, and visibly. Thus, Luqman's example reminds us that true obedience to Allah, the Exalted, includes the responsibility of guiding the next generation with wisdom, love, and evidence. Parents must embody the teachings of Islam in their own lives, so that their children see Islam not as a tradition to be imitated, but as a truth to be embraced. In this way, faith is preserved, conviction is strengthened, and obedience to Allah, the Exalted, continues across generations. The most important lesson, which forms the foundation of obtaining peace of mind in both worlds, is presented by Luqman to his son. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 13.
When Luqman said to his son while he was instructing him, "O my son, do not associate anything with Allah."
This command highlights the essence of faith, the rejection of all forms of association, and the affirmation of the oneness of Allah, the Exalted. Islam teaches mankind that the only one they must obey in every situation is their Creator and Sustainer. To obey Him alone is to worship Him sincerely, while to obey others in place of Him is to fall into hidden forms of worship, even if one outwardly denies belief in any deity. In reality, whoever one obeys and models their life upon is what they worship. Humans have been created with an innate need to follow and submit to something. For some, this submission is directed toward other people, social media trends, fashion, culture, or even their own desires. Chapter 25 Al-Furqan, verse 43.
Have you seen the one who takes as his God his own desire?
This verse reveals that worship is not limited to bowing or ritual acts. It is also expressed through obedience and devotion. Whatever or whoever a person obeys and follows is, in essence, who they worship. Therefore, Muslims must support their verbal declaration of faith with actions, sincerely obeying Allah, the Exalted, in every situation over all other influences. This obedience involves using the blessings they have been granted in ways pleasing to Allah, the Exalted, as outlined in the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. By doing so, they secure a balanced mental and physical state, correctly place everything and everyone within their life, and adequately prepare for accountability on the Day of Judgment. This behavior leads to peace of mind in both worlds. Chapter 16 An-Nahl, verse 97.
Whoever does righteousness, whether male or female, while he is a believer, we will surely cause him to live a good life, and we will surely give them their reward in the hereafter according to the best of what they used to do.
On the other hand, The one who rejects the oneness of Allah, the Exalted, and instead obeys and worships other things, will inevitably misuse the blessings they have been granted. Their obedience to desires or worldly influences leads to imbalance, misplacement of priorities, and failure to prepare for accountability on the Day of Judgment. Such a person will experience stress, trouble, and difficulties in both worlds, even if they outwardly enjoy certain luxuries. Their inner state remains restless, for true peace can only be found in submission to Allah, the Exalted. Chapter 20 Taha, verses 124 to 126. And whoever turns away from my remembrance, indeed, he will have a depressed, i.e., difficult life, and we will gather, i.e., raise him on the day of resurrection blind. He will say, My Lord, why have you raised me blind while I was once seeing? Allah will say, Thus did our signs come to you, and you forgot, i.e., disregarded them, and thus will you this day be forgotten. And chapter 31 Luqman, verse 13.
Indeed, association with him is great injustice.
Thus, Luqman's advice to his son is timeless. The foundation of peace in both worlds lies in recognizing and obeying the oneness of Allah, the Exalted, above all else. This principle safeguards the heart, guides the mind, and ensures that every blessing is used correctly, leading to tranquility in this life and eternal success in the hereafter. A person who takes care of another's provision, such as their housing, is naturally worthy of gratitude, for they have fulfilled a need and provided comfort. If this is true for human beings who only provide limited assistance, then how much more deserving of gratitude is Allah, the Exalted, who has granted every blessing within the universe to humanity. He provides not only shelter but also food, water, health, knowledge, and countless other provisions without which life would be impossible. It is only fair and right that people show him gratitude, for he is the true owner and sustainer of all things. Gratitude begins with one's intention, which involves acting solely to please Allah, the Exalted. The one who acts for other reasons, such as seeking praise or worldly gain, will not obtain reward from Allah, the Exalted. This has been warned in a hadith found in Jami at Tirmidhi, number 3154, which teaches that deeds are judged by their intentions. A positive sign of a good intention is that a person does not expect nor hope for appreciation or compensation from people, but directs their actions purely toward Allah, the Exalted. Gratitude also manifests in one's speech, by speaking what is good, beneficial, and truthful, or remaining silent when words would cause harm. Finally, gratitude is expressed through one's actions, by using the blessings granted in ways pleasing to Allah, the Exalted, as outlined in the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. This comprehensive gratitude leads to an increase in blessings. Chapter 14 Ibrahim, verse 7.
If you are grateful, I will surely increase you in favor.
Gratitude is therefore not only a moral duty, but also a means of securing divine increase. When a person shows gratitude, Allah, the Exalted, blesses them with more provisions, greater peace of mind, and deeper faith. Gratitude also secures peace of mind in both worlds, for it nurtures a balanced mental and physical state, and ensures that everything and everyone is placed correctly within one's life. A grateful person recognizes the true source of their blessings, avoids arrogance, and lives with humility, which brings harmony to their relationships and tranquility to their heart. In the hereafter, gratitude ensures eternal reward, for those who acknowledge Allah, the Exalted, in this life will be honored by Him in the next. Furthermore, when a person owns an object, it is considered correct and normal for them to use it however they please. Ownership grants authority, and no one questions the right of an owner to decide how their property should be used. As Allah, the Exalted, created, owns, and sustains everything within the universe, including people, He alone decides what should occur within the universe and what should not. His ownership is absolute, encompassing every atom and every soul. Therefore, it is only fair for a person to obey Allah, the Exalted, as He alone owns the entire universe, including them. To disobey Him is to deny His ownership, while obedience is the rightful acknowledgement of His authority. Similarly, when one lends something they own to another, it is only fair that the borrower uses the item according to the wishes of its owner. If the borrower misuses the item, they betray the trust of the lender. Allah, the Exalted, has granted every blessing a person possesses as a loan, not as a gift. Wealth, health, time and knowledge are all temporary trusts that must be returned. Like worldly loans, this loan must be repaid, and the only way to repay it is to use blessings in ways pleasing to Allah, the Exalted. On the other hand, the blessings of paradise are a gift, and people will be free to use them as they desire, without restriction or accountability. Chapter 7 Al-Araf, verse 43.
And they will be called, "This is paradise which you have been made to inherit for what you used to do."
This verse shows that paradise is not a loan but a permanent inheritance, granted as a reward for righteous deeds. Unlike worldly blessings, which must be used responsibly and will be taken back, the blessings of paradise are eternal gifts, freely enjoyed without fear of misuse. A person must therefore not confuse the worldly blessings, which are a loan, with the gifts of paradise. Worldly blessings are temporary trusts that demand accountability, while the blessings of paradise are eternal rewards granted out of divine mercy. To misuse worldly blessings is to betray the trust of Allah, the Exalted, while to use them correctly is to prepare for the eternal gifts of the hereafter. Recognizing this distinction ensures that a person lives responsibly in this world, using every blessing in obedience to Allah, the Exalted, while longing for the unrestricted joy of paradise. Thus, it is clear that as Allah, the Exalted, alone created and continuously provides for the creation, He alone deserves to be obeyed in every situation. His ownership, His provision, and His mercy all testify to His right to be worshipped and obeyed. Gratitude, obedience, and recognition of His authority are therefore the foundation of peace in this world and eternal success in the hereafter. Those who acknowledge this truth live with balance, humility, and tranquility, while those who deny it deprive themselves of peace and prepare for regret. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 13.
When Luqman said to his son while he was instructing him, "O my son, do not associate anything with Allah. Indeed, association with Him is great injustice."
It is essential to remember that false deities, such as idols, are not the only beings that a person might worship and obey aside from Allah, the Exalted. Worship in Islam is not limited to ritual acts such as bowing or prostration. It extends to obedience, devotion, and submission. In reality, anything that one obeys in opposition to Allah, the Exalted, whether social media, fashion, culture, or even other people, represents what they genuinely worship. Chapter 9 at Tawbah, verse 31.
They have taken their scholars and monks as lords besides Allah.
The knowledgeable individuals and religious leaders from the people of the book were not worshipped in the sense of being bowed to or prayed to. Rather, they were obeyed in acts of rebellion against Allah, the Exalted, and this obedience was judged as a type of worship. This demonstrates that worship is not confined to outward rituals, but is defined by submission and loyalty. When one submits to another in defiance of Allah, the Exalted, they elevate that person or influence to the status of a false deity, even if they do not consciously intend to worship them. This principle warns believers that obedience must be directed only toward Allah, the Exalted, for He alone is worthy of worship. This principle is also mentioned in relation to the devil. Chapter 36 Yasin, verse 60.
Did I not enjoin upon you, O children of Adam, that you not worship Satan, for indeed he is to you a clear enemy?
The overwhelming majority of people have not engaged in the direct worship of the devil, yet they have been accused of such because of their obedience to him in opposition to Allah, the Exalted. To follow his whispers, to indulge in arrogance, greed, or disobedience, is to worship him in practice. Satan does not demand ritual worship, he seeks obedience in rebellion. Thus, those who follow his commands, even unknowingly, are counted among his worshippers. This warning highlights the subtlety of false worship and the importance of vigilance, reminding humanity that obedience to Satan is the greatest betrayal of their Creator. If someone persists in disobeying Allah, the Exalted, they will inevitably find themselves subservient to other influences, whether individuals, social media, fashion, culture, or employers. Striving to balance multiple and unjust masters only results in stress, as it is impossible to satisfy them all due to their unpredictable and conflicting demands. Just as an employee with several supervisors struggles to meet everyone's expectations, those who turn away from the servitude of Allah, the Exalted, will will become weighed down by numerous masters, ultimately sacrificing their peace of mind. The heart becomes restless, the mind becomes confused, and life becomes a constant struggle to please forces that can never be satisfied. Over time, these individuals may face sadness, isolation, depression, and even suicidal thoughts, as their efforts to please their worldly masters fail to yield the satisfaction they desired. This fundamental truth is universally observed when one looks at those who have adopted this mindset, such as celebrities, who often appear outwardly successful yet inwardly restless and troubled. Despite their wealth, fame, and influence, they are plagued by emptiness because they have devoted themselves to worldly masters who cannot provide peace of mind. Their lives become testimonies to the futility of worshipping anything other than Allah, the Exalted. Furthermore, worshipping other entities by yielding to them in disobedience of Allah, the Exalted, will not provide any advantage in the hereafter. These entities will not assist them in their time of need, nor will they share in their burden. On the Day of Judgment, every soul will stand alone before Allah, the Exalted, accountable for its choices. Those who worshipped false masters will find themselves abandoned, for the very things they obeyed will disown them. Their obedience will yield no benefit, and their misplaced devotion will result only in regret. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 13.
Indeed, association with him is great injustice.
In order to avoid this outcome, one must abandon obedience to all things that lead to disobedience of Allah, the Exalted, and instead obey Him by correctly using the blessings they have been granted as outlined in Islamic teachings. This obedience secures balance in life, peace of mind in both worlds, and eternal success in the hereafter. By directing one's loyalty solely to Allah, the Exalted, a person frees themselves from the burden of multiple masters and finds tranquility in serving the one who created, sustains, and guides them. True worship is obedience to Allah alone, and this is the path to peace, balance, and salvation. It is essential to recognize that the divine code of conduct provided by Allah, the Exalted, throughout history has always been a comprehensive guide that influences every circumstance a person encounters, whether in worldly matters or religious practices, and impacts every blessing they experience. This divine law is not partial or selective. It governs the way one worships, the way one interacts with others, and even the way one uses the blessings of life. Sadly, many Muslims erroneously believe that fulfilling their obligations to Allah, the Exalted, such as performing the obligatory prayers, absolves them from considering the rights of others. This misconception leads to the mistreatment of individuals, as they assume that ritual worship alone is sufficient to secure divine pleasure. In reality, neglecting the rights of others undermines the very purpose of worship, which is to cultivate humility, compassion, and justice. When these rights are ignored, corruption and injustice spread within society, eroding trust and harmony. Islam teaches that one must uphold both the rights of Allah, the Exalted, and the rights of humanity, for both are inseparable. Those who inflict harm on others will face justice on Judgment Day, even if they evade accountability in this life. The oppressor will be required to transfer their good deeds to their victims, and if necessary, they will carry the burden of their victims' wrongs until justice is served. This could lead to the oppressor facing damnation in hell on Judgment Day, regardless of their compliance with the rights of Allah, the Exalted. This critical warning is highlighted in a hadith from Sahih Muslim, number 6579, which makes clear that oppression against others cannot be overlooked, even if one appears outwardly pious. As discussed throughout Islamic teachings, the foremost of people whose rights one must fulfill are the rights of one's parents. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 14.
And we have enjoined upon man care for his parents. His mother carried him, increasing her in weakness upon weakness, and his weaning is in 2 years. Be grateful to me and to your parents.
One can understand the importance of treating parents with the utmost care, seeing as it has been placed second only to the worship of Allah, the Exalted. This occurs many times throughout the Holy Quran, such as in chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, verse 83.
Do not worship except Allah, and to parents do good.
The repeated pairing of worship of Allah, the Exalted, with kindness to parents, demonstrates that gratitude to them is a fundamental part of faith. One must therefore ensure they treat their parents according to the teachings of Islam with respect, gentleness, and good behavior. This duty applies even if one's parent is a non-Muslim, as advised in a hadith found in Sahih Muslim, number 2325. In addition, verse 83 makes this point clear, as it does not command kindness only to Muslim parents but to all parents. The best way to achieve this is to treat one's parents as one would desire to be treated by their own children, thereby fulfilling the golden principle of reciprocity in Islam. It is important to note that the Holy Quran does not command total obedience of one's parents, as they may well command their child to disobey Allah, the Exalted. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 15.
But if they endeavor to make you associate with me that of which you have no knowledge, do not obey them but accompany them in this world with appropriate kindness and follow the way of those who turn back to me.
Total obedience is reserved only for Allah, the Exalted, and His Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, as the latter will only command what is in accordance with divine will. Therefore, parents must not misinterpret the teachings of Islam by claiming that their children must show them total obedience and submission under every situation. Sadly, this attitude amongst Muslim parents has become widespread, as they have adopted cultural practices from other religions which equate total obedience to parents with the obedience one shows to God. Islam makes a clear distinction. Children are permitted to disagree with their parents, even in matters which are lawful in Islam, but they must maintain respect through their speech and actions at all times. Disagreement does not justify disrespect, and respect does not require disobedience to Allah, the Exalted. Finally, one must strive to be a good child according to the standards set by Allah, the Exalted, not the standards set by their parents, relatives, or society. The standards of people, especially when defining a good child, are often incorrect, shaped by cultural expectations rather than divine guidance. Therefore, one must not concern themselves with the labels given by people, nor should they take notice of those who call them a bad child. Instead, they must adhere to the teachings of Islam regarding how one must treat their parents and seek reward from Allah, the Exalted, for their conduct, even if their parents or others are displeased with them. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 15.
And follow the way of those who turn back to me.
True sincerity lies in seeking the validation and approval of Allah, the Exalted, alone, not the approval of people. The incorrect attitude of prioritizing human approval will only cause one to become insincere to Allah, the Exalted, and may even encourage them to disobey Him in order to obtain the approval of their parents. Such behavior undermines faith and corrupts intention, whereas seeking the approval of Allah, the Exalted, ensures sincerity, balance, and eternal success. In addition, as all people differ in their character and conduct, some parents will be good individuals who treat their children with respect, kindness, and manners, while other parents may sadly abuse their children both verbally and physically. Allah, the Exalted, acknowledges this reality by not commanding people to obey their parents unconditionally, but instead instructing them to treat their parents with good behavior according to their strength and circumstances. This distinction reflects divine wisdom, recognizing that obedience in harmful situations would contradict justice and mercy, while respectful treatment remains a universal duty. Islam does not ignore the complexities of human relationships. Rather, it provides guidance that is both realistic and compassionate. By commanding respectful treatment without demanding blind obedience, Allah, the Exalted, ensures that children are not burdened with impossible expectations, while still upholding the principle of honoring their parents. This balance safeguards both justice and mercy, allowing people to navigate difficult family circumstances with dignity and faith. Allah, the Exalted, is fully aware of the intentions and efforts of every person. He knows who sincerely strives to treat their parents with goodness, even when faced with bad behavior, and He promises to reward them accordingly. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 15.
Then to me will be your return, and I will inform you about what you used to do.
Such striving is not easy, for showing kind treatment in the face of abuse or disrespect is an extremely difficult task, requiring patience, self-control, and reliance upon Allah, the Exalted. Yet, He assures that every effort made in this regard is recognized and valued. Even small acts of kindness, performed under great strain, are magnified in reward because of the difficulty involved. This assurance provides comfort to those who struggle, reminding them that their efforts are not overlooked, and that their perseverance is a form of worship in itself. Moreover, Allah, the Exalted, will forgive the child for any mistakes committed in these challenging circumstances, for He understands the burden of dealing with parents who lack good manners. His mercy encompasses those who struggle yet continue to strive, ensuring that their efforts are not wasted. In this way, Islam balances justice with compassion, acknowledging the reality of human relationships while guiding people to maintain respect and goodness within the limits of their capacity. Furthermore, as Islam is the perfect code of conduct, it does not demand children to tolerate abuse from their parents. A child must take steps to protect themselves from the verbal and physical abuse of others, including their parents, so that history does not repeat itself. Islam does not equate respect with submission to harm. Rather, it commands people to preserve their dignity and safety while maintaining good conduct. Protecting oneself from abuse is not disobedience but a necessary act of self-preservation, which is itself pleasing to Allah, the Exalted. At the same time, children must always try to aid their parents in anything good, as outlined in Islamic teachings. This ensures that respect and kindness are maintained without compromising justice or safety. The one who behaves in this manner, protecting themselves from harm while striving to assist their parents in good, will be forgiven for any mistakes they make while dealing with their abusive parents. Allah, the Exalted, understands the difficulty of such circumstances and grants mercy to those who strive within their capacity. This balance of self-protection and respectful conduct reflects the perfection of Islam's guidance, which upholds both justice and compassion in every situation. Luqman then instructs his son on the all-encompassing knowledge and power of Allah, the Exalted, who is not only fully aware of the most hidden thing, such as one's intention, but he will also extract it on the Day of Judgment. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 16.
And Luqman said, O my son, indeed, if there were the weight of a mustard seed in a rock or anywhere in the heavens or in the earth, Allah will bring it forth. Indeed, Allah is subtle and acquainted.
This verse illustrates the perfection of divine knowledge and power. Nothing, no matter how small or concealed, escapes the awareness of Allah, the Exalted. Even the weight of a mustard seed hidden deep within a rock, or scattered anywhere in the heavens or the earth, will be brought forth by Him. This demonstrates that Allah, the Exalted, is fully aware of every intention, every thought, and every action, whether hidden or manifest. His subtlety ensures that He perceives what is beyond human perception, and His complete acquaintance with all things ensures that nothing is overlooked or forgotten. This reminder instills awe and reverence, teaching that accountability is absolute and that every deed, whether great or small, will be presented on the Day of Judgment. It also highlights that no effort in righteousness is wasted, and no act of disobedience is hidden, for Allah, the Exalted, encompasses all things in His knowledge. The one who obtains certainty in the all-encompassing knowledge and power of Allah, the Exalted, will naturally guard their inner and outer conduct. They will guard their intentions, ensuring that they act only to please Him, without seeking worldly recognition or approval. They will guard their speech, speaking only what is good, beneficial, and truthful, or remaining silent when words would cause harm or lead to sin. They will guard their actions, using the blessings Allah, the Exalted, has granted them in ways that align with His commands, as outlined in the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. This comprehensive vigilance transforms a person's life, ensuring that every aspect of their existence is directed toward righteousness and sincerity. Certainty in divine knowledge therefore acts as a powerful motivator, reminding people that every hidden thought and every subtle deed will be brought forth, and thus encouraging them to live with sincerity and discipline. Such conduct ensures that a person obtains a balanced mental and physical state. By purifying their intentions, they free themselves from hypocrisy and insincerity, which otherwise cause inner conflict and restlessness. By guarding their speech, they avoid disputes, falsehood, and harm, thereby cultivating peace in their relationships and clarity in their conscience. By guarding their actions, they prevent misuse of blessings and cultivate discipline, ensuring that their resources are directed toward what is beneficial and pleasing to Allah, the Exalted. This balance allows them to correctly place everything and everyone within their life, giving each its rightful priority and avoiding chaos and disorder. In doing so, they adequately prepare for their accountability on the Day of Judgment, where every hidden and manifest deed will be revealed. This preparation brings stability in this world and confidence for the hereafter, as they know they have lived with sincerity and responsibility. This behavior, rooted in certainty at divine knowledge and power, leads to peace of mind in both worlds. In this life, it brings tranquility, discipline, and harmony, as the person lives with sincerity, balance, and awareness at divine accountability. They are freed from the anxiety of hypocrisy and the burden of insincerity, for they know that their efforts are directed toward Allah, the Exalted, alone. In the hereafter, it secures salvation, as their deeds are presented with purity, and their accountability is met with mercy. Thus, Luqman's instruction to his son is timeless, reminding all people that true peace lies in recognizing the all-encompassing knowledge of Allah, the Exalted, and living with sincerity in every intention, word, and action. It is this awareness that transforms life into a journey of discipline, gratitude, and preparation, ensuring peace in this world and eternal success in the next. Luqman then instructs his son to establish the prayers, as they are the central pillar on which all good actions revolve. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 17.
O my son, establish prayer.
Establishing the obligatory prayers is repeatedly emphasized in Islamic teachings, because prayer is the central pillar upon which all good actions revolve. It is the foundation of a person's relationship with Allah, the Exalted, and the means by which they remain steadfast in righteousness. Prayer is not simply a ritual obligation, but the very anchor of faith, connecting the heart to its Creator and reminding the soul of its purpose. Yet true prayer is not merely a sequence of physical movements. It is an act of deep reflection and humility that connects the worshipper to the reality of the hereafter. This humility is attained when one understands how each stage of the prayer symbolizes aspects of the Day of Judgment, reminding them of their ultimate accountability before their Creator. For this reason, the 5 daily prayers are distributed throughout the day rather than being offered together. Each prayer provides a renewed opportunity to pause, reflect, and realign one's actions with divine guidance, ensuring that the remembrance of Allah, the Exalted, is woven into the rhythm of daily life. When a person stands upright in prayer, they should remember that this mirrors how all people will stand before Allah, the Exalted, on the Day of Judgment. This posture is not simply physical but symbolic, representing the solemn reality of resurrection and accountability. Chapter 83 Al-Mutaffifin, verses 4-6.
Do they not think that they will be resurrected? For a tremendous day, the day when mankind will stand before the Lord of the worlds.
Standing in prayer is therefore a rehearsal for the ultimate standing before Allah, the Exalted, when every deed will be weighed and every soul will be judged. When they bow, it reminds them of the many people who will be criticized on Judgment Day for not bowing to Allah, the Exalted, during their lives on earth. Bowing is a physical act of humility, but it also represents submission in all aspects of life. Chapter 77 Al-Mursalat, verse 48.
And when it is said to them, bow in prayer, they do not bow.
This criticism is not limited to neglecting the physical act of bowing, but extends to failing to practically submit to the obedience of Allah, the Exalted, in daily conduct. Bowing in prayer is thus a reminder that true humility requires obedience in every sphere of life. When one prostrates in the prayer, it reminds them of how people will be invited to prostrate to Allah, the Exalted, on Judgment Day. But those who did not prostrate correctly to Him during their lives on earth, which involves obeying Him in all aspects of their lives, will not be able to do this on Judgment Day. Chapter 68 Al-Kalam, verses 42-43.
On the day when matters become dire, they will be invited to prostrate themselves but will be prevented from doing so. Their eyes humbled, humiliation will cover them. And they used to be invited to prostration while they were sound.
Prostration in prayer is therefore the ultimate symbol of submission, reminding the worshipper that obedience in this world is the only way to secure the ability to prostrate in the hereafter. When one sits on their knees in the prayer, it reminds them of how they will be sitting in this position in front of Allah, the Exalted, on the Day of Judgment, fearing their final judgment. Chapter 45 Al-Jatiyah, verse 28.
And you will see every nation kneeling from fear. Every nation will be called to its record and told, today you will be recompensed for what you used to do.
This posture in prayer is a reminder of the humility and fear that will grip every soul on that day, when records are opened and deeds are judged. The one who prays with these elements in mind will establish their prayers correctly. Prayer performed with awareness of its symbolism becomes a transformative act, shaping the heart and guiding the conduct of the worshipper. This in turn will ensure they sincerely obey Allah, the Exalted, in between the prayers, living with discipline and righteousness. Chapter 29 Al-Ankabut, verse 45.
Indeed, prayer prohibits immorality and wrongdoing.
Prayer is not an isolated ritual but a shield against sin, a reminder of accountability, and a source of strength for obedience. This obedience involves using the blessings one has been granted in ways pleasing to Him, as outlined in the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. By aligning intention, speech, and action with divine guidance, a person ensures that their life reflects the humility and obedience cultivated in prayer. In this way, prayer becomes the foundation of peace in this world and salvation in the hereafter. As Islam is a complete code of conduct which affects every situation one encounters and every blessing they have been granted, it includes actively encouraging others, such as one's dependents, towards right guidance. This demonstrates that Islam is not an isolated or self-centered faith, whereby one only cares about their own guidance and neglects the people around them. Such neglect inevitably leads to the spread of corruption and injustice throughout society, as individuals who fail to guide others allow harmful behavior to multiply unchecked. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 17.
Enjoin what is right, forbid what is wrong.
This verse establishes that guiding others is not optional but a duty, ensuring that righteousness spreads and evil is restrained. It is therefore important for people to never give up commanding good and forbidding evil according to Islamic knowledge, and to do so in a gentle and wise manner. A person should never believe that as long as they obey Allah, the Exalted, other misguided people will not affect them negatively. Just as a good apple will eventually be spoiled when placed among rotten apples, so too will a person who neglects to guide others eventually be influenced by their negative behavior, whether subtly or openly. Even if wider society has become heedless, one must never abandon advising their dependents, such as their family, for their behavior will have the most direct impact. This duty is emphasized in a hadith found in Sunan Abu Dawood, number 2928, which makes clear that every person is responsible for guiding those under their care. Even if a person is ignored or dismissed by others, they must still discharge their duty by persistently advising in a gentle way, supported by strong evidence and sound knowledge. Commanding good and forbidding evil without knowledge, all with harsh manners, will only push people further away from the truth, worsening the condition of the community. Only when one commands good and forbids evil correctly will they be protected from the negative effects of society and pardoned on the Day of Judgment. Chapter 7 Al-Araf, verse 164.
And when a community among them said, "Why do you advise or warn a people whom Allah is about to destroy or to punish with a severe punishment?" They, the advisers, said, "To be absolved before your Lord, and perhaps they may fear Him."
This verse shows that even if people reject guidance, the act of advising itself absolves the advisor before Allah, the Exalted, and may inspire fear of Him in the hearts of others. The responsibility lies in delivering the message with sincerity and gentleness, not in ensuring its acceptance. But if one only cares about themselves and ignores the actions of others, it is feared that the negative effects of others may well lead to their eventual misguidance. Neglecting this duty allows corruption to spread unchecked, and the person who isolates themselves from responsibility will eventually be overwhelmed by the influence of those around them. Islam therefore commands that every person must strive to guide others, beginning with their family and dependents and extending to society at large, so that righteousness is preserved and peace is maintained in both worlds. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 17.
Enjoin what is right, forbid what is wrong.
It is important to note that the right and wrong mentioned in the main verses under discussion are those things which are easily recognizable as right or wrong by anyone who possesses common sense and basic decency. These are the fundamental moral truths that transcend culture, language, and time, such as the importance of avoiding lying, keeping promises, treating others with respect, and refraining from cruelty or injustice. They are principles so clear that even a child can understand them, and they form the bedrock of human society. This universality is deliberate, for Allah, the Exalted, has placed within every person a conscience that naturally inclines toward recognizing good and evil. The Holy Quran appeals to this innate moral compass, ensuring that the command to enjoin good and forbid wrong is accessible to all, not restricted to scholars or specialists. This is further supported by the Arabic words used for right and wrong in the Holy Quran, which signify what the general community of people accepts as right and wrong without any difference of interpretation. The words chosen are not technical legal terms, but broad moral categories that resonate with the collective understanding of society. They point to what is universally acknowledged as virtuous or harmful, rather than matters that require complex scholarly debate. The Holy Quran did not use obligations to represent good or sins to represent wrong in these verses, because obligations and sins often require detailed interpretation and can vary in application depending on context. Instead, the Holy Quran emphasized the clear and universally recognized standards of morality, so that the principle of enjoining good and forbidding wrong would remain simple, practical, and universally applicable. The rules deduced by independent reasoning offered by the rightly guided scholars, while valuable and necessary for detailed jurisprudence, are open to different interpretations. Therefore, they should not be made the central focus of enjoining good and forbidding wrong. If these secondary matters become the focus, the principle itself is distorted, and the unity of the community is undermined. Scholars themselves have acknowledged that differences in interpretation are a mercy, allowing flexibility and adaptability within Islamic law. But when these differences are elevated to the level of absolute right and wrong, they become a source of division rather than guidance. The wisdom of the Holy Quran is that enjoining good and forbidding wrong must focus on the universally recognized truths of morality and decency, so that society is strengthened and unity is preserved. When this principle is neglected, people end up fighting each other over secondary issues which are open to different interpretations and are not of fundamental importance. Disputes arise over matters such as minor differences in ritual practice or scholarly opinion, while the clear and universally recognized wrongs, such as dishonesty, oppression, injustice, neglect of the poor, and abuse of power, are overlooked and allowed to continue unchecked. This inversion of priorities leads to division within the community, weakens its moral fabric, and allows corruption to spread. The energy that should be directed toward combating clear evils is wasted on disputes over matters that were never meant to be the focus of enjoining good and forbidding wrong. The result is that society suffers from widespread injustice and moral decay, while individuals become distracted by arguments that do not improve their character or their relationship with Allah, the Exalted. The true purpose of enjoining good and forbidding wrong is to cultivate a society where honesty, compassion, justice, and respect flourish, and where oppression, corruption, and immorality are restrained. When this purpose is forgotten, the principle itself loses its power, and the community becomes fractured and weakened. Therefore, it is essential to return to the understanding of right and wrong taught in the Holy Quran, focusing on what is universally recognized as good and evil, and leaving secondary matters to scholarly discussion without allowing them to divide society. As the good commanded by Islam and the evil prohibited by it always contradict the worldly desires and aspirations of people, the one who fulfills this duty will inevitably face opposition, such as criticism and resistance. This is because divine guidance calls people away from indulgence and selfishness, while worldly desires encourage excess and disregard for accountability. The clash between these two paths ensures that those who uphold the commands of Allah, the Exalted, will be tested by the reactions of others. In general, when a person chooses a different path than their peers, it can evoke feelings of inadequacy in others regarding their own decisions, especially if those decisions emphasize personal desires over the teachings of Allah, the Exalted. Consequently, this may result in criticism aimed at those who steadfastly uphold their faith, often from family members who feel exposed or judged by the contrast. This criticism is not necessarily rooted in reason but in discomfort, as the presence of someone living by higher principles reminds others of their own shortcomings. Thus, opposition often arises not because of the truth of Islam itself, but because of the discomfort it causes to those unwilling to restrain their desires. Moreover, societal influences like social media, fashion trends, and cultural norms place immense pressure on those who uphold Islamic values. The promotion of Islam is frequently viewed as an obstacle to ambitions for wealth, fame, and social standing. Industries that Islam critiques, such as those profiting from immodesty, indulgence, or exploitation, typically oppose the incorporation of Islamic principles and discourage people from acting on their faith. This fuels the prevalent anti-Islamic sentiments observable on various platforms, where Islam is portrayed as restrictive or outdated. In reality, these sentiments are driven by fear that Islamic teachings will expose the emptiness of their pursuits and challenge the foundations of their profit and influence. Furthermore, those who strive to adhere to Islamic teachings, which advocate moderation in personal desires and the responsible enjoyment of the blessings bestowed upon them, are often met with negative responses from individuals who indulge in excess, acting on their impulses without restraint, a behavior that Islam deems animalistic. These individuals frequently attempt to dissuade others from accepting Islam and discourage people from practicing their faith, trying to lure them into a lifestyle characterized by unchecked desires. They often target specific elements of Islam, such as the dress code for women, to undermine its appeal. Yet perceptive individuals can easily see through the superficial nature of these criticisms, which stem from contempt for Islam's focus on self-discipline. For example, while critics may object to the Islamic dress code for women, they do not subject other professions, such as law enforcement, military, healthcare, education, and business, to the same scrutiny, even though these professions also impose strict dress codes. This selective criticism exposes the fragility and inconsistency of their arguments. Ultimately, it is the core principles of Islam and the disciplined behavior of its adherents that incite these attacks, leading opponents to criticize Islam in any way possible. In every circumstance, a person must unwaveringly commit themselves to the sincere obedience of Allah, the Exalted, recognizing that such dedication will grant them serenity and protect them from the negative influences of others, even if this protection is not immediately visible. Chapter 31, Luqman, verse 17.
And be patient over what befalls you. Indeed, that is of the matters requiring determination.
This patience is not passive resignation but active perseverance, rooted in trust that Allah the Exalted will safeguard those who remain steadfast. Their loyalty to Him ensures that they make proper use of the blessings granted to them. This practice aids them in achieving a harmonious mental and physical state, allowing them to effectively organize all elements and individuals in their lives, while preparing for accountability on the Day of Judgment. Consequently, this behavior fosters tranquility in both worlds. As a result, they are rightly guided through every situation they face, whether in times of ease or difficulty, enhancing their peace of mind and guaranteeing boundless rewards in both worlds. In contrast, choosing to ignore the commands of Allah, the Exalted, in pursuit of others' approval will inevitably lead to a loss of inner tranquility. Such actions encourage the misuse of blessings, leaving a person in a state of mental and physical chaos. They will misplace everything and everyone around them, failing to prioritize correctly, and thus remain unprepared for accountability on the Day of Judgment. This negligence leads to stress, challenges, and difficulties in both this life and the next, irrespective of the material comforts they may enjoy. Their pursuit of worldly approval becomes a source of emptiness, for no amount of wealth or recognition can replace the serenity that comes from obedience to Allah, the Exalted. To uphold a resolute mindset, one must strive to nurture a strong faith. A strong faith is crucial for staying devoted to obeying Allah, the Exalted, in every situation, whether in times of ease or adversity. This unwavering faith is developed through comprehending and implementing the clear signs and teachings found in the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. These teachings demonstrate that genuine obedience to Allah, the Exalted, brings tranquility in this life and the hereafter. On the other hand, those who are unaware of Islamic principles will have a fragile faith, making them more vulnerable to straying from obedience, especially when their personal desires clash with divine guidance. This lack of knowledge clouds their understanding, preventing them from realizing that surrendering their desires in favor of adhering to the commands of Allah, the Exalted, is essential for attaining peace in both worlds. Thus, it is vital for individuals to strengthen their faith through the pursuit of Islamic knowledge and its practical application, ensuring they remain obedient to Allah, the Exalted, at all times. This involves utilizing the blessings they have received in line with Islamic teachings, ultimately fostering a balanced mental and physical state, and appropriately prioritizing all facets of their lives. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 17.
Indeed, that is of the matters requiring determination.
Another vital duty which is connected to commanding good and forbidding evil is to correctly represent Islam to the outside world. This responsibility is not fulfilled through words alone, but through the adoption of the noble characteristics discussed in Islamic teachings, such as generosity, patience, and kindness, and the abandonment of negative traits such as pride, envy, and greed. A person who fails to embody these values will only discourage non-Muslims and other people from accepting and acting upon Islamic teachings. As fulfilling this responsibility is a duty upon every person, they will be held accountable for discouraging others from Islam through their poor conduct. In respect to this duty, Luqman advises his son to avoid arrogance and contempt. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 18.
And do not turn your cheek in contempt toward people.
This verse is a profound reminder of the importance of humility and respect in human interaction. It addresses a subtle but destructive behavior, arrogance expressed through body language and attitude. Turning one's cheek in contempt signifies looking down upon others, dismissing them, or treating them as inferior. Such behavior stems from pride, which is condemned throughout the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. The verse highlights that arrogance is not only expressed through words, but also through gestures and demeanor. A person may outwardly perform good deeds, yet if they carry themselves with pride and disdain toward others, their actions lose sincerity. This is because pride corrupts the heart, making one believe they are superior to others, when in reality all people are equal before Allah, the Exalted, except in their level of piety. No amount of good deeds will benefit someone who possesses pride, for pride corrupts the heart and nullifies sincerity. This is clearly demonstrated in the example of the devil, whose countless years of worship did not benefit him when he became proud. In fact, the Holy Quran directly connects pride with disbelief in chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, verse 34.
And mention when we said to the angels, prostrate before Adam, so they prostrated except for Iblis. He refused and was arrogant and became of the disbelievers.
The proud person is the one who rejects the truth when it is presented to them, simply because it did not originate from them, or because it challenges their desires and mentality. They also believe they are superior to others, even though they are unaware of their real status in the sight of Allah, the Exalted. They may imagine themselves great because of a few insincere and imperfect good deeds, while in reality they are disliked by Allah, the Exalted, due to their many sins. Looking down upon others is foolish, for one is unaware of their own ultimate end and the ultimate end of others. The person they despise may die as a sincere servant of Allah, whereas they themselves may die as a disbeliever. In reality, it is foolish to be proud of anything, seeing as Allah, the Exalted, created and granted everything a person owns. Even the righteous deeds one performs are only possible due to the inspiration, knowledge, and strength granted by Allah, the Exalted. Therefore, being proud of something which does not innately belong to oneself is plain foolishness. It is like a person who becomes proud over a mansion they neither own nor live in, an empty and baseless claim. This is the reason why pride belongs solely to Allah, the Exalted, as He alone is the Creator and innate owner of all things. The one who challenges Allah, the Exalted, in pride will be thrown into hell. This has been confirmed in a hadith found in Sunan Abu Dawood, number 4090. A person should instead follow in the footsteps of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, and adopt humility. The humble truly recognize that all the good they possess, and all the evil they are protected from, comes from no one except Allah, the Exalted. Therefore, humility is more fitting for a person than pride. One should not be deceived into believing humility leads to disgrace, for no one has been more honored than the humble servants of Allah, the Exalted. In fact, the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, has guaranteed an increase in status for the one who adopts humility for the sake of Allah, the Exalted, in a hadith found in Jami at Tirmidhi, number 2029. A humble person accepts the truth irrespective of who it comes from, knowing that the source of truth is none other than Allah, the Exalted. Instead of looking down on others, they look upon them with mercy and compassion, supporting this attitude with sincere actions, all the while hoping that Allah, the Exalted, will look upon them with mercy and compassion. They understand that one will be treated by Allah, the Exalted, according to how they treat others. This principle has been indicated in a hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 7376. Luqman then warns his son from adopting an exultant attitude, which encourages one to behave as they please without reflecting on the consequences of their actions. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 18.
And do not walk through the earth exultantly.
This verse cautions against arrogance and heedlessness, reminding people that prideful behavior leads to recklessness. The imagery of walking exultantly conveys more than just physical movement. It symbolizes a way of living without restraint, indulging in desires and disregarding accountability before Allah, the Exalted. Such an attitude blinds a person to the consequences of their actions, making them careless in speech and conduct, and ultimately leading them toward destruction. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 18.
Indeed, Allah does not like everyone self-deluded and boastful.
The warning is profound, because arrogance manifests subtly. It is not only seen in boastful words, but also in the way one carries themselves, through gestures, tone, and attitude. Walking exultantly reflects a mindset that assumes superiority, dismisses humility, and disregards the reality of accountability on the Day of Judgment. This behavior is dangerous because it encourages impulsiveness, where decisions are made without reflection, and desires are pursued without considering their moral or spiritual impact. In fact, in a hadith found in Jami at Tirmidhi, number 2012, the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, advised that careful thought and deliberation are from Allah, the Exalted, while hastiness is from the devil. This teaching highlights that true wisdom lies in reflection, whereas haste leads to error and regret. This is an extremely important principle to understand and act upon, as people who perform many righteous deeds often destroy them through hastiness. For example, they may utter evil words in a fit of rage which could cause them to plunge into hell on the Day of Judgment. This has been warned in a hadith found in Jami at Tirmidhi, number 2314, which shows how a single careless word can outweigh years of good deeds. The vast majority of sins and difficulties, such as arguments and disputes, occur because people fail to think things through and instead act hastily. The sign of intelligence is when one reflects before speaking or acting, and only proceeds when they know their words or actions are good and beneficial in both worldly and religious matters. This habit of reflection prevents harm and ensures that one's conduct remains aligned with divine guidance. Even though a person should not delay in performing righteous deeds, they should still think carefully before performing them. This is because a righteous deed may receive no reward if its conditions and etiquettes are not fulfilled due to hastiness. For instance, charity given without proper intention or prayer performed without concentration may lose its value. In this respect, one should only move forward in any matter after deliberate thought, ensuring that the deed is performed correctly and sincerely. The one who behaves in this manner will not only minimize their sins and increase their obedience to Allah, the Exalted, but they will also reduce the difficulties they encounter in life. Arguments, disagreements, and unnecessary hardships are often avoided when a person adopts patience and reflection. Thus, Luqman's advice teaches that humility, careful thought, and restraint are essential qualities for success in both worlds. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 18.
And do not walk through the earth exultantly.
It is important to note that Islam does not demand people to behave without emotions, as emotions are an inseparable part of human nature, molded into the very essence of humanity. They are not flaws to be eradicated, but features of the human condition that allow individuals to experience life fully and connect with others meaningfully. Rather, Islam encourages balance, whereby individuals release their tension through emotions without crossing the limits set by Allah, the Exalted, and thereby avoid wronging themselves or others. This balance ensures that emotions serve as a source of strength and reflection, rather than becoming destructive forces. By acknowledging emotions, yet restraining them within the boundaries of justice and humility, Islam provides a framework for emotional health that is both realistic and spiritually uplifting. This has been indicated in chapter 57 Al-Hadid, verse 23.
In order that you not despair over what has eluded you and not exult in pride over what He has given you. And Allah does not like everyone self-deluded and boastful.
This verse does not prohibit a person from feeling sadness or joy, as these are natural responses to life circumstances. Instead, it advises moderation, cautioning against extremes in these emotions, grief and exultation, both of which can lead to sin if left unchecked. Excessive grief may cause despair, ingratitude, and even rebellion against divine decree, while excessive pride in blessings may lead to arrogance, boastfulness, and neglect of responsibility. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 18.
Indeed, Allah does not like everyone self-deluded and boastful.
Islam therefore teaches that emotions must be acknowledged and expressed, but always within the boundaries of justice, humility, and obedience. By maintaining this balance, a person can experience the richness of human emotion without allowing it to corrupt their faith or their conduct. A person should always remember that as long as they remain within these limits, they will successfully overcome difficulties, earn reward, and receive blessings in both worlds. This truth is reinforced by the example of those who remained steadfast in obedience and were granted safety by Allah, the Exalted. Such safety may not be immediately visible in the short term, as trials and hardships may continue, but it will eventually be revealed either in this world or in the hereafter. The promise of divine protection is certain, though its manifestation may differ according to divine wisdom. The key lies in maintaining sincere obedience to Allah, the Exalted, in all situations, which involves using the blessings one has been granted in ways pleasing to Him. This obedience transforms every circumstance, whether joyful or sorrowful, into an opportunity for reward, ensuring that no effort is wasted. This obedience is outlined in the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, which provide clear guidance on how to channel emotions constructively. By practicing gratitude in times of joy, a person acknowledges the true source of their blessings and avoids arrogance. By practicing patience in times of sorrow, they demonstrate trust in divine wisdom and avoid despair. In this way, emotions are not suppressed but refined, becoming tools for spiritual growth and peace of mind. The teachings of Islam show that emotions, when balanced, can elevate a person's character, strengthen their faith, and bring tranquility in both worlds. Thus, Islam's approach to emotions is not one of denial, but a discipline, guiding people to live with sincerity, humility, and resilience. Luqman then advises his son to limit his socializing with others, as unnecessary socializing often leads to vain and sinful activities. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 19.
And be moderate in your pace.
This verse is not merely about physical movement, but about moderation in one's lifestyle and interactions. It teaches that excessive socializing, without purpose or benefit, distracts a person from their responsibilities and exposes them to unnecessary sins. Moderation in one's pace symbolizes balance, living with dignity, avoiding extremes, and ensuring that one's time and energy are directed toward what is beneficial. It reminds people that life is short and precious, and wasting it on idle gatherings or meaningless pursuits diminishes their spiritual progress. By walking moderately, both literally and figuratively, a person demonstrates humility, self-control, and awareness of accountability before Allah, the Exalted. In fact, in a hadith found in Jami at-Tirmidhi, number 2406, the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, advised that an aspect of obtaining salvation is avoiding leaving one's home unnecessarily. This guidance highlights that unnecessary outings often lead to wasting time, idle talk, and both verbal and physical sins. If one sincerely reflects, they will realize that the majority of their sins and the problems they encountered were due to unnecessary socializing. This does not mean that others are always to blame, but it means that by limiting unnecessary interactions, a person reduces opportunities for sin and difficulty. The hadith emphasizes that salvation is linked to discipline, and discipline begins with controlling one's movements and limiting exposure to environments that encourage heedlessness. Avoiding unnecessary socializing also frees up valuable time to learn and act upon useful knowledge, particularly Islamic knowledge, which benefits every aspect of life. Time is a unique blessing that never returns once it passes, and it is one of the most overlooked gifts of Allah, the Exalted. Those who waste it on vain and sinful activities will face stress in this world and great regret on the Day of Judgment, especially when they witness the reward of those who utilize their time correctly. The regret of wasted time will be profound, as they will realize that opportunities for obedience and growth were squandered. This reminder encourages people to treat time as a trust, using it wisely for worship, learning, and fulfilling responsibilities. Furthermore, unnecessary socializing hinders a person from fulfilling their responsibilities and duties toward Allah, the Exalted, and toward people. It prevents them from engaging in the essential task of self-reflection, which is needed to ensure they are heading in the right direction in life and fulfilling their obligations. A lack of self-reflection leads to an aimless existence, where a person drifts without firm direction in either worldly or religious matters. Without moments of solitude and reflection, one cannot evaluate their progress, repent for their mistakes, or plan for improvement. Thus, moderation in socializing is not about isolation, but about creating space for self-awareness and accountability. Over-socializing also encourages dependency and emotional attachment to people, which often results in mental, emotional, and social problems. When one's happiness and sadness revolve entirely around people and relationships, they become vulnerable to disappointment and instability. Their life becomes dictated by the opinions and actions of others, rather than by obedience to Allah, the Exalted. This dependence weakens faith and undermines inner peace, as the person constantly seeks validation from others instead of finding contentment in divine approval. Over time, this can lead to anxiety, jealousy, and resentment, as one's emotional state fluctuates with the behavior of those around them. One can save themselves from all these negative effects by only socializing when it is necessary, when it serves a clear purpose, fulfills a responsibility, or brings genuine benefit. Moderation in social interaction preserves time, strengthens self-discipline, and allows a person to focus on their duties to Allah, the Exalted, and their responsibilities in life. It also ensures that relationships are meaningful and purposeful, rather than shallow and distracting. In this way, Luqman's advice remains timeless, guiding people to live with balance, dignity, and purpose. By adopting moderation, a person safeguards their faith, protects their time, and cultivates peace in both worlds. An aspect of socializing, which Luqman warns his son against, is to adopt an overbearing personality whereby one forces their attitude and behavior on others through domineering speech and actions. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 19.
And lower your voice. Indeed, the most disagreeable of sounds is the voice of donkeys.
This warning is timeless, as it addresses a tendency that has existed throughout human history, the desire to dominate conversations and impose one's views upon others. Such behavior is destructive because it disregards the dignity of others, silences their perspectives, and creates resentment. Luqman's advice teaches that true wisdom lies not in overpowering others, but in engaging with humility, listening attentively, and speaking with gentleness. By avoiding an overbearing personality, a person preserves harmony in relationships and ensures that their words are received with respect rather than resistance. This verse also highlights the importance of humility and gentleness in communication. Raising one's voice in arrogance or aggression is likened to the unpleasant braying of a donkey, which is both harsh and void of wisdom. The comparison is deliberate, showing that loud, forceful speech does not command respect, but instead repels people and diminishes the dignity of the speaker. It teaches that the manner of speech is as important as its content, for even truthful words lose their impact when delivered with arrogance. Lowering the voice symbolizes self-control, patience, and respect for others, qualities that elevate a person's character and make their words more effective. This attitude of overbearing speech is often seen in those who desire leadership, whether in criminal gangs or among politicians, whose aim is to force others to adopt and follow their opinions. Such individuals rely on intimidation, volume, and dominance rather than reason, compassion, or truth. Their leadership is rooted in fear and manipulation, not in genuine guidance. By raising their voices and imposing their will, they attempt to silence others and suppress differing perspectives, creating environments of hostility and division. This behavior ultimately weakens communities, as it fosters resentment and rebellion rather than unity and cooperation. It demonstrates that arrogance in speech is not a sign of strength but of insecurity, as it reveals a reliance on force rather than wisdom. In contrast, Islam teaches that leadership and influence must be grounded in humility, patience, and wisdom. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, exemplified this by speaking with gentleness and clarity, never resorting to arrogance or harshness. His words carried weight because they were rooted in truth and delivered with compassion, not because they were shouted or forced upon others. This shows that lowering one's voice is not a sign of weakness but of strength, as it reflects self-control and reliance on the power of truth rather than the force of volume. True leaders win hearts through sincerity and humility, not through intimidation, and their influence endures because it is built on respect and trust. Thus, Luqman's advice remains timeless. It warns against the destructive tendency to dominate conversations and relationships through loudness and arrogance, reminding people that such behavior is both unpleasant and ineffective. Instead, one should cultivate humility in speech, ensuring that their words are thoughtful, respectful, and beneficial. By lowering the voice and speaking with sincerity, a person not only avoids the disagreeable sound of arrogance, but also earns the respect of others and the pleasure of Allah, the Exalted. This principle applies to every aspect of life, family, community, and leadership, showing that humility in speech is a foundation for peace, unity, and spiritual growth. After discussing the timeless wisdom in the advice of Luqman to his son, Allah, the Exalted, returns to discussing some signs within creation which indicate his oneness and how he alone must be obeyed in every situation. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 20.
Do you not see that Allah has made subject to you whatever is in the heavens?
This verse draws attention to the countless blessings and systems within creation that have been placed at the service of humankind. It reminds people that the universe is not random or chaotic, but carefully organized by Allah, the Exalted, to provide pure and healthy provision. This deliberate arrangement allows humanity to lead a pleasant and peaceful life in this world, which in turn facilitates a peaceful life in the next world. For example, the precise placement of the sun relative to the earth serves as a clear indication of deliberate design. A minute variation in distance, either closer or further, would render the planet uninhabitable. Similarly, the very formation of the earth has established a perfectly balanced and pure atmosphere that enables life to flourish. These realities demonstrate that the universe is not the product of chance, but a divine wisdom and power. The impeccable synchronization of days and nights, along with the variation in their yearly lengths, ensures that humankind receives the maximum benefit. If the days were excessively long, individuals would become exhausted from extended working hours. Conversely, if the nights were too long, they would lack sufficient time to earn a livelihood and pursue essential endeavors such as knowledge acquisition. A reduction in night length would likewise prevent adequate rest necessary for optimal health. Alterations to the duration of the day and night would also negatively impact crops, thereby proving detrimental to the sustenance of both people and animals. This balance is a sign of divine planning, as Allah, the Exalted, has ensured that the cycle of day and night perfectly suits the needs of creation. Chapter 21 Al-Anbiya, verse 22.
Had there been within them, i.e., the heavens and earth gods besides Allah, they both would have been ruined.
Observation of the meticulously balanced water cycle also powerfully suggests the presence of a creator. Water is drawn from the seas through evaporation, ascends and then condenses to form rain, which in its initial state is often acidic. This rain falls upon the mountains, which serve a critical role by neutralizing its acidity, rendering the water pure and usable for both human and animal populations. Any disruption to this flawless, self-regulating mechanism would precipitate catastrophe for all life on Earth. Furthermore, the very salinity of the sea safeguards the ocean from contamination by neutralizing the organic material of dead sea life. Should the ocean become compromised, marine life would perish, and the resultant impurities would ultimately threaten terrestrial life as well. The properties of oceanic water are precisely calibrated to fulfill dual, seemingly conflicting purposes, allowing diverse sea life to flourish within its depths, while simultaneously providing sufficient buoyancy for massive ships to traverse its surface. A subtle change in water composition would permit either thriving aquatic life or naval transport, but not the simultaneous operation of both, underscoring the necessity of this exact equilibrium. This perfect balance is fundamental to life, evidenced by the fact that maritime transport remains the predominant method for global commerce. In addition, rain itself is perfectly balanced, as too little rain leads to droughts and famine, while too much rain leads to mass floods. Chapter 23 Al-Mu'minin, verse 18.
And we have sent down rain from the sky in a measured amount and settled it in the earth. And indeed, we are able to take it away.
The winds are also essential for the continuation of life. They play a vital role in wind pollination, allowing crops, plants, and trees to reproduce. In earlier times, wind was indispensable for sea travel, which to this very day remains the main mode of transporting goods across the world. Winds are required to move rain clouds to specific locations in order to provide water for creation, something they cannot live without. A perfectly balanced system of the winds is observed within the earth, as a lack of winds would lead to chaos for creation, while an excess of winds would also result in destruction and disorder. The balance of the winds, like the balance of the sun, the atmosphere, the water cycle, and the day and night, is yet another sign of divine wisdom and power. The one who reflects on all these and more perfectly balanced systems cannot logically deny the existence of a single creator who has power over all things. The harmony of creation, its precision, and its suitability for life all point to the oneness of Allah, the Exalted. These signs are not only proofs of His existence, but reminders that He alone must be obeyed in every situation, for He alone sustains and governs all that exists. A person who assists another in any aspect of their provision, such as providing shelter or other necessities, is regarded as deserving of gratitude. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 20.
And whatever is in the earth and amply bestowed upon you, His favors both apparent and unapparent.
Since Allah the Exalted has granted every blessing within the heavens and the earth to people, it is only just that they express gratitude to Him. Gratitude begins with one's intention. A person must carry out their actions solely to please Allah the Exalted. When deeds are motivated by something other than His pleasure, no divine reward is attained. This reality is cautioned against in a narration found in Jami at Tirmidhi, number 3154. A sincere intention is reflected in the state of not expecting appreciation, recognition, or any form of compensation from people. Gratitude with the tongue means speaking words of goodness or choosing silence when appropriate. Gratitude through action means using every blessing granted by Allah, the Exalted, in ways that are pleasing to Him, as instructed in the Holy Quran and in the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Through this form of gratitude, a person is given an increase in blessings and attains peace of mind in both this world and the next, achieving a balanced physical and emotional state, and placing everything in life in its proper healthy position. Chapter 14 Ibrahim, verse 7.
If you are grateful, I will surely increase you in favor.
Additionally, ownership naturally grants the right to use what one owns however one wishes. Since Allah, the Exalted, created, owns, and continuously sustains every element of the universe, including every person, it follows logically and morally that only He determines what should occur within His creation. Therefore, obedience to Allah, the Exalted, is simply the rightful response of someone who recognizes His absolute ownership. In the same way, when a person lends something to another, it is only fair for the borrower to use the item according to the lender's instructions. All worldly blessings bestowed by Allah, the Exalted, are in truth a loan, not a permanent gift. Like all loans, they must be repaid, and this repayment occurs by using these blessings in obedience to Him. In contrast, the blessings of paradise are not loans but gifts. They will be given for eternal enjoyment without restriction. Chapter 7 Al-Araf, verse 43.
And they will be called This is paradise which you have been made to inherit for what you used to do.
Thus, a person must not mistake the temporary, conditional blessings of this world, granted as a loan, for the unrestricted gifts awaiting in paradise. In reality, every person who abandons the divine code of conduct revealed by Allah, the Exalted, and instead adopts man-made systems of conduct, does so in order to gratify their worldly desires. This is because all codes devised by human beings are ultimately rooted in human inclinations, ambitions, and self-interest. Unlike the divine law, which is based on wisdom, justice, and mercy, man-made systems are shaped by the desires of those who create them. They reflect the limitations of human vision, which is often clouded by greed, pride, and partiality. The wealthy and powerful are frequently the most entrenched in this mindset, for they recognize that accepting the truth of Islam would require them to submit to a higher moral framework, one that places limits on their pursuit of unchecked desires. Such submission would restrict their exploitation of others, their indulgence in excess, and their misuse of authority. Out of fear of losing their influence and privileges, they not only reject the truth themselves, but also actively encourage others to follow their lead. In doing so, they attempt to preserve their worldly status, even at the expense of their eternal well-being. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 20.
But of the people is he who disputes about Allah without knowledge or guidance or an enlightening book.
This pattern is not new, nor is it confined to any one era. Historically, the first to oppose the holy prophets, peace be upon them, were often the elites of society, those who feared that embracing divine guidance would undermine their power and expose their injustices. Their rejection was not based on a lack of evidence or clarity regarding the truth of the message, for the signs of Allah, the Exalted, were manifest before them in both creation and revelation. Rather, their opposition stemmed from arrogance, pride, and the desire to continue living according to their whims. They preferred the fleeting pleasures of authority and wealth over the eternal rewards of submission to Allah, the Exalted. Thus, the rejection of divine guidance is rarely an intellectual dispute about truth or falsehood. Instead, it is most often a matter of the heart, a refusal to restrain one's desires and submit to the authority of the Creator. This timeless reality explains why the Holy Quran repeatedly emphasizes humility, sincerity, and obedience as the foundations of faith. The one who approaches divine guidance with arrogance will inevitably reject it, while the one who approaches it with humility will find clarity and peace. The dispute about Allah without knowledge or guidance is therefore not a genuine search for truth, but a defense of personal desires. It is a refusal to acknowledge the signs of Allah, the Exalted, which are evident in both the natural world and the revealed word. Those who persist in such disputes are not only deceiving themselves but also leading others astray, compounding their sin and deepening their loss. Allah, the Exalted, then warns against a major cause of misguidance, the blind imitation of the majority opinion within society, which has been created by those whose only aim is to fulfill their worldly desires and aspirations. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 21.
And when it is said to them, "Follow what Allah has revealed," they say, "Rather, we will follow that upon which we found our fathers."
This verse highlights the danger of blindly following inherited customs and majority behavior without reflection. It exposes the tendency of people to cling to tradition and popular opinion, even when such practices contradict divine revelation. The warning is clear. Obedience to Allah, the Exalted, must take precedence over cultural norms, family traditions, or societal trends. To follow the majority without thought is to risk misguidance, for the majority often pursues desires rather than truth. This verse also demonstrates that blind imitation is not a matter of ignorance alone, but of arrogance and laziness, as people prefer the comfort of conformity over the effort of reflection and obedience. One must therefore avoid blindly following others, as the majority behavior within society frequently leads to the disobedience of Allah, the Exalted. When one observes the majority of society ignoring Islamic teachings, they may mistakenly believe that the behavior of the majority must be correct, and as a result, they follow them without thought or reflection. Yet history has repeatedly shown that majority opinion is not always correct. Widely accepted beliefs have often been overturned by new evidence and knowledge, such as the false conviction that the earth was flat. This example demonstrates that truth is not determined by numbers, but by evidence and divine guidance. It is essential to refrain from acting like cattle, unthinkingly conforming to the majority opinion, as this often results in misguided choices in both secular and spiritual affairs. Blind conformity strips a person of their individuality and intellect, reducing them to mere followers of whims rather than seekers of truth. Chapter 6 Al-An'am, verse 116.
And if you obey most of those upon the earth, they will mislead you from the way of Allah. They follow not except assumption, and they are not but guessing.
And chapter 31 Luqman, verse 21.
They say, rather we will follow that upon which we found our fathers. Even if Satan was inviting them to the punishment of the blaze?
Here Allah the Exalted exposes the irrationality of blind imitation. Following one's forefathers, or the majority, is condemned when it leads to disobedience. This shows that tradition and popular opinion cannot justify rejecting divine guidance. The verse also highlights the danger of complacency, as people often prefer to remain in the footsteps of their ancestors rather than confront the possibility that those footsteps lead to destruction. It is a warning that loyalty to family or culture must never outweigh loyalty to Allah, the Exalted. Instead, individuals should employ the reasoning and intellect bestowed upon them by Allah, the Exalted, to evaluate each circumstance based on knowledge and evidence. This allows them to make informed decisions, even if these decisions diverge from the prevailing opinions of the majority. Islam highly criticizes blind imitation in religious matters for this reason, and encourages people to learn and act on Islamic teachings with understanding. Chapter 12 Yusuf, verse 108.
Say, this is my way, I invite to Allah with insight, I and those who follow me.
True obedience requires reflection, sincerity, and knowledge, not unthinking conformity. By using intellect and evidence, a person safeguards themselves from misguidance and remains steadfast upon the path of Allah, the Exalted. This approach also strengthens faith, as it is built upon conviction rather than habit, and ensures that one's actions are meaningful, deliberate, and pleasing to Allah, the Exalted. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 22.
And whoever submits his face to Allah while he is a doer of good.
Therefore, a person must accept and act on Islamic teachings for their own sake, even if these teachings contradict their personal desires. This is because divine guidance is not designed to satisfy fleeting inclinations, but to secure lasting benefit in both worlds. A person must behave as a wise patient who accepts and acts on the medical advice of their doctor, knowing it is best for them, even though they are prescribed bitter medicines and a strict diet plan. The same way this patient achieves good mental and physical health, through discipline and trust in medical expertise, so will the person who accepts and acts on Islamic teachings. The analogy is clear. Just as the doctor possesses knowledge of the body that the patient does not, Allah the Exalted possesses perfect knowledge of the human condition, mental, physical, and spiritual, that no one else can match. This is because the only one who has the knowledge required to ensure a person achieves a balanced mental and physical state, and correctly places everything and everyone within their life, is Allah the Exalted. The knowledge of the mental and physical states of humans possessed by society will never be enough to achieve this outcome, despite all the research that has been undertaken. Human knowledge is limited, fragmented, and often biased. It cannot solve every issue a person faces within their life, nor can it prevent all types of mental and physical stress. It cannot ensure that a person correctly prioritizes everything and everyone in their life, because it lacks the foresight and impartiality, a divine wisdom. Allah, the Exalted, alone has this knowledge, and He has granted it to mankind in the form of the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 22.
And whoever submits his face to Allah while he is a doer of good, then he has grasped the most trustworthy handhold.
This truth becomes obvious when one observes those who use the blessings they have been granted according to Islamic teachings, and those who do not. Those who live by divine guidance find harmony, peace, and balance, while those who misuse blessings according to their desires often face chaos, stress, and regret. Even though, in most cases, patients do not understand the science behind the medicines they are prescribed, and therefore blindly trust their doctor. Allah, the Exalted, however, invites people to reflect on the teachings of Islam so that they can appreciate its positive effects on their lives. He does not expect people to blindly trust the teachings of Islam. Instead, He wants them to recognize its truthfulness from its clear proofs, both in revelation and in the observable world. But this requires a person to adopt an unbiased and open mind when approaching the teachings of Islam, setting aside pride and prejudice in order to see the wisdom and mercy contained within divine guidance. Chapter 12 Yusuf, verse 108.
Say, this is my way, I invite to Allah with insight, I and those who follow me.
Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 22.
And whoever submits his face to Allah while he is a doer of good, then he has grasped the most trustworthy handhold.
Throughout Islamic teachings, Allah the Exalted makes it clear that one must support their verbal declaration of faith in Him with good actions in order to achieve peace of mind in both worlds. This peace is attained through obtaining a balanced mental and physical state, and through correctly placing everything and everyone within their life according to divine guidance. Faith is not a mere statement of belief, but a living reality that requires continual effort and obedience. The one who fails to support their declaration of faith with righteous deeds risks leaving this world without true faith, as words alone cannot sustain belief without the nourishment of action. It is vital to understand that faith is like a plant which must be nourished with acts of obedience in order to flourish and survive. Just as a plant requires sunlight, water, and care to grow strong and healthy, faith requires prayer, remembrance, charity, patience, and all other acts of obedience to Allah the Exalted. Without this nourishment, faith weakens and may eventually die. The same way a plant deprived of sunlight will wither and perish, so too may the faith of a person die if they neglect to strengthen it through obedience. This analogy demonstrates the fragility of faith when left unattended, and the necessity of constant care to ensure its survival. The greatest loss a person can suffer is the death of their faith. Unlike material losses, which can be replaced or compensated, the loss of faith deprives a person of eternal success and leaves them unprepared for accountability on the day of judgment. It is a loss that outweighs all worldly misfortunes, for it determines one's ultimate destiny. Therefore, every believer must treat their faith as their most precious possession, guarding it with vigilance and nourishing it with consistent acts of obedience, so that it remains alive, strong, and fruitful until they meet Allah the Exalted. Whichever path in life one chooses, whether it is the path of obedience which leads to peace of mind or the path of disobedience which leads to trouble in both worlds, the reality remains that every individual will be held accountable by Allah the Exalted. This accountability is inevitable, because all matters and affairs are under His full control. Nothing escapes His knowledge, power, or authority, and no one can avoid the consequences of their choices. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 22.
And to Allah will be the outcome of all matters.
This verse serves as a reminder that life is not a random journey without purpose or consequence. Every decision, every action, and every intention ultimately returns to Allah the Exalted, who will judge with perfect justice. This means that nothing is overlooked, whether it is a deed performed in public or in secret, whether it is great or small. Those who choose obedience will find peace of mind, balance in their mental and physical state, and proper placement of everything and everyone within their lives. Their obedience ensures that their blessings are used correctly, and their accountability on the Day of Judgment will result in eternal success. This success is not only in the hereafter, but begins in this world, as obedience brings clarity, stability, and harmony to daily life, allowing a person to live with dignity and purpose. On the other hand, those who choose disobedience will misuse the blessings granted to them, leading to imbalance, stress, and chaos in their worldly life. Their misplaced priorities will cause them to view family, wealth, and relationships as burdens rather than blessings. Instead of finding joy and peace in these blessings, they will experience frustration, conflict, and dissatisfaction, as their disobedience distorts their perception of life. Chapter 31 Luqman, verses 31 to 32.
And whoever has disbelieved, let not his disbelief grieve you. To us is their return, and we will inform them of what they did. Indeed, Allah is knowing of that within the breasts. We grant them enjoyment for a little, then we will force them to a massive punishment.
These verses highlight that disbelief and disobedience, no matter how widespread, should not cause grief to the believer. Allah, the Exalted, is fully aware of what lies within people's hearts, their intentions, desires, and motives, and He will hold them accountable. Their temporary enjoyment of worldly pleasures is fleeting, and ultimately their accountability before Allah, the Exalted, will expose their failures. Their punishment will be far worse in the hereafter, as their rejection of divine guidance will lead to eternal loss. This demonstrates that worldly success or indulgence is not a sign of true prosperity, but rather a test that will end with accountability. These verses therefore highlight the seriousness of choice. Whichever path one takes, the outcome is not determined by society or circumstance, but by Allah, the Exalted, who alone governs all matters. This outcome applies to every person, regardless of their status, wealth, or influence. No one is exempt from accountability, and no one can escape the authority of Allah, the Exalted. It reminds people that worldly success or failure is temporary, but the eternal outcome rests with Allah. Thus, these verses call for humility, reflection, and sincerity in obedience, as only submission to Allah the Exalted secures peace in both worlds. It is a call to live with awareness, to recognize that every blessing is a trust, and to prepare for the inevitable return to Allah the Exalted, who will judge with perfect justice. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, was deeply compassionate and longed for people to embrace the truth for their own benefit. His concern for their well-being was so intense that he would feel sorrow when they turned away from guidance. Yet Allah, the Exalted, repeatedly reminded him throughout the Holy Quran that his mission was to convey the message clearly, to embody it as the perfect example, and to leave the choice to the people. His responsibility was never to compel acceptance, nor to burden himself with grief over rejection. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 23.
And whoever has disbelieved, let not his disbelief grieve you.
And chapter 88 Al-Ghashiyah, verses 21 to 22.
So remind you are only a reminder. You are not over them, a controller.
These verses provide timeless instruction for all who dedicate themselves to calling others toward righteousness. They clarify that the responsibility of the caller is not to compel acceptance, but to present the truth faithfully, with sincerity and compassion, while entrusting the outcome to Allah, the Exalted, who alone guides hearts. This perspective shields the caller from despair when their efforts seem unfruitful, reminding them that success is not measured by the number of followers, but by the integrity and purity of their delivery. Those who are sincere will recognize the truth when they encounter it, while those who persist in arrogance and heedlessness only harm themselves, for their rejection does not diminish the truth but exposes their own loss. The verses also remind one that Allah, the Exalted, never burdens a soul beyond its capacity. Every trial encountered in the path of truth is an opportunity to strengthen patience, deepen reliance, and refine character. True peace is not attained through indulgence in worldly desires, but through discipline, sacrifice, and spiritual fulfillment. This reality becomes clear when one observes individuals who appear to possess wealth, status, and fame, yet remain restless and dissatisfied. Their abundance has not granted them tranquility, because serenity of the heart is found only in submission to Allah, the Exalted. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 24.
We grant them enjoyment for a little, then we will force them to a massive punishment.
This verse highlights the fleeting nature of worldly pleasures when pursued without obedience. Temporary enjoyment is permitted, but it ultimately leads to accountability and, for those who reject guidance, severe punishment. It is a warning that worldly indulgence without faith is deceptive, offering momentary satisfaction but concealing eternal loss. Therefore, the one who sincerely seeks peace must recognize that real success lies not in compelling others or chasing worldly pleasures, but in fulfilling their own duty, to live by the truth, to share it with compassion, and to entrust the outcome to Allah, the Exalted. This transforms the caller's role from anxious control to serene reliance, ensuring that their efforts remain pure, their patience unwavering, and their hope firmly anchored in divine mercy and justice. In this way, the caller becomes a true servant of Allah, embodying humility, perseverance, and trust, while leaving the guidance of hearts to the one who created them. The non-Muslims of Mecca did acknowledge the existence of Allah, the Exalted, yet their understanding of him was deeply flawed. They attributed to him human limitations, such as fatigue and weakness, and in doing so committed polytheism. Their recognition of Allah, the Exalted, as the Creator was not accompanied by recognition of His absolute perfection and independence. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 25.
And if you ask them, who created the heavens and earth, they would surely say, Allah.
Despite this admission, they perceived Allah, the Exalted, in the likeness of a worldly monarch. A monarch cannot manage the affairs of his realm alone, and therefore appoints governors and aides to assist him. By projecting this human model onto the divine, they assumed that Allah, the Exalted, required intermediaries to govern creation. Consequently, they began to worship other beings, such as angels, in the hope of gaining His favor. This misconception has, regrettably, also been adopted by some Muslims, who devote their time and resources to venerating spiritual figures believed to possess a unique connection to Allah, the Exalted. They seek to please these individuals so that they may intercede on their behalf, much like a governor intercedes with a king for one who has honored him with gifts and displays of respect. This practice distorts the relationship between humanity and Allah, the Exalted, by placing human figures as gatekeepers to divine mercy. Such practices contradict the essence of Islamic teaching. The holy prophets, peace be upon them, were never gatekeepers between humanity and Allah, the Exalted. Their mission was to illuminate the path of obedience, and to demonstrate the means of attaining His pleasure. They did not solicit gifts or compensation, nor did they claim exclusive access to Allah, the Exalted. Their role was to guide, to teach, and to exemplify righteousness, not to act as intermediaries. One is therefore instructed to acquire knowledge from qualified teachers, and to respect them appropriately, but never to elevate them to the status of intermediaries. Allah, the Exalted, alone possesses complete authority over the universe, and is fully aware of all that transpires within it. He requires no assistance in hearing or responding to His servants. This truth is clearly articulated in the Holy Quran. Chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, verse 186.
And when my servants ask you concerning me, indeed I am near. I respond to the invocation of the supplicant when he calls upon me.
And chapter 40 Ghafir, verse 60.
And your Lord says, call upon me, I will respond to you.
And chapter 31 Luqman, verse 25.
And if you ask them, who created the heavens and earth, they would surely say, Allah. Say, all praise is due to Allah, but most of them do not know.
Chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, verse 255.
Who is it that can intercede with Him except by His permission?
Intercession is indeed a reality, but only on the Day of Judgment, and only by the permission of Allah, the Exalted. Its significance must never be mocked or disregarded, for doing so may deprive one of this mercy. Disparaging intercession often arises from complacency, when individuals neglect the blessings granted to them, yet still expect salvation through the intervention of others. Such negligence is dangerous, for the one who mocks intercession may find the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, bearing witness against them on the Day of Judgment. Chapter 25 Al-Furqan, verse 30.
And the Messenger has said, O my Lord, indeed my people have taken this Quran as a thing abandoned.
This verse applies specifically to Muslims, for they alone have accepted the Holy Quran. Non-Muslims cannot be described as abandoning it, since they never embraced it. The outcome for any Muslim against whom the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, testifies on that day is self-evident. To be accused of abandoning the Quran is to be deprived of its intercession, and to face the consequences of neglecting divine guidance. Even in cases where intercession is granted, negligence may not prevent entry into hell. At most, it may reduce the severity of punishment. It must be understood that even the briefest experience of hell is unbearably severe, beyond human comprehension. Therefore, genuine hope in intercession must be accompanied by earnest effort, the active and sincere use of blessings in accordance with the Holy Quran and the teachings of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Only then may one hope for intercession on the Day of Judgment, with the recognition that Allah, the Exalted, alone authorizes it. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 26.
To Allah belongs whatever is in the heavens and earth.
Ultimately, as the entire creation belongs to and is under the complete control and jurisdiction of Allah, the Exalted, a person has no choice but to comply with His rules. His authority is absolute, encompassing every realm of existence, and His decrees govern both the seen and unseen. Just as a citizen will inevitably face penalties if they fail to comply with the laws set by the government in charge of a particular country, so too will every individual face consequences in both worlds if they fail to comply with the laws of the owner of the universe. The comparison illustrates that while human governments exercise limited authority over specific territories, Allah, the Exalted, governs all creation without exception. A person may be able to leave a country if they are not pleased with its rules, but they will never be able to escape to a place where the rules and jurisdiction of Allah, the Exalted, do not apply. His dominion extends everywhere, and His decrees are binding upon all, whether they acknowledge them or not. A person may be able to change the rules of their society, influencing legislation or customs, but they will never be able to change the rules of Allah, the Exalted. Divine law is eternal, perfect, and unalterable, unlike human systems which are subject to revision, error, and corruption. In addition, just as a person who owns a house decides the rules of the house, even if other people object to these rules, so too does Allah, the Exalted, decide the rules of His universe. Whether people like these rules or not, they remain binding, for He alone is the creator and sustainer. The analogy of the house demonstrates ownership and authority. Just as no guest can dictate terms to the homeowner, no creature can dictate terms to the Creator. Therefore, one must comply with these rules, not out of compulsion alone, but for their own sake, recognizing that obedience secures their well-being in both worlds. The one who understands this fact will comply with the rules of Allah, the Exalted, and strive to obey Him by using the blessings they have been granted in ways pleasing to Him, as outlined in the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Such a person recognizes that blessings are trusts, not possessions, and that they must be used responsibly. They will see obedience not as a burden but as a path to harmony, using wealth, health, family, and knowledge in ways that benefit themselves and others. Their compliance is motivated by wisdom, gratitude, and foresight, knowing that divine law is designed to protect them from harm and guide them toward peace. This understanding transforms obedience into a source of dignity and fulfillment, as it aligns human life with the order established by Allah, the Exalted. A person can either strive to learn the wisdoms behind the commands and prohibitions of Allah, the Exalted, so that they understand how these benefit them and the wider society, leading to peace of mind and body in both worlds, or they can worship their desires and reject the teachings of Islam. The pursuit of wisdom reveals the mercy and justice embedded in divine law, showing how it promotes fairness, compassion, and balance. In contrast, worshipping desires leads to selfishness, injustice, and chaos, as one's actions are dictated by fleeting impulses rather than enduring principles. The choice is stark: either discipline and peace through obedience, or indulgence and ruin through disobedience. Those who seek understanding will see how divine law uplifts society and secures individual well-being, while those who reject it will find themselves enslaved to desires that never truly satisfy. But the one who fails to comply with Islamic rules should prepare themselves to face the consequences of their choice in both worlds, for no objections, protests, or complaints will save them. On the Day of Judgment, excuses will carry no weight, and claims of ignorance or dissatisfaction will not alter the reality of accountability. Just as a citizen cannot escape punishment by protesting against the laws of their country, so too will no one escape divine justice by objecting to the laws of Allah, the Exalted. The consequences of disobedience are inevitable, and the only path to safety is sincere submission and obedience. Those who reject divine law will discover that their protests are meaningless before the one who created them, and their complaints will not lessen the severity of their punishment. The wisdom of obedience lies in recognizing that compliance is not for the benefit of Allah, the Exalted, since He is beyond need, but for the benefit of the servant, who secures peace, dignity, and eternal success by living in accordance with His commands. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 26.
Indeed, Allah is the free of need, the praiseworthy.
It is essential for a person to recognize this truth, as it protects them from falling into arrogance, an attitude in which they mistakenly believe they are doing Allah, the Exalted, a favor by obeying Him. Such arrogance weakens genuine obedience, especially when personal desires conflict with divine guidance, and it can gradually divert a person from the straight path. In contrast, those who understand that their faith and obedience ultimately benefit only themselves will develop sincere humility before Allah, the Exalted. As a result, they remain committed to His obedience during both hardship and ease. In difficult moments, they display patience. In times of comfort, they embody gratitude. Gratitude in one's intention means acting solely to please Allah, the Exalted, without seeking praise or recognition from people. Gratitude in speech involves expressing good words or choosing silence when silence is better. Gratitude in action means using the blessings granted by Allah, the Exalted, in ways that align with the Holy Quran and the teachings of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Patience, on the other hand, requires refraining from complaints in both words and behavior, while continuing to obey Allah, the Exalted. It involves trusting that He always decrees what is best, even when the wisdom behind a situation is not immediately understood. Chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, verse 216.
But perhaps you hate a thing and it is good for you, and perhaps you love a thing and it is bad for you. And Allah knows while you know not.
A person who consistently upholds this refined conduct, exercising gratitude, patience, humility, and obedience, will receive continuous support and mercy from Allah, the Exalted. Through this divine support, they attain tranquility in both this world and the hereafter, achieving a balanced mental and physical state, and placing everything and everyone in their life in its proper place, as indicated in a narration found in Sahih Muslim, number 7500. Allah, the Exalted, then draws the attention of people to the unparalleled and timeless guidance He has granted humanity through the Holy Quran. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 27.
And if whatever trees upon the earth were pens and the sea was ink, replenished thereafter by 7 more seas, the words of Allah would not be exhausted.
The Holy Quran stands as a miracle that no work can rival. Its expressions are unique, its meanings are conveyed with clarity, and its language possesses a level of eloquence unmatched by any other text. It contains no contradiction, unlike previous scriptures or religious teachings altered by human interference. The Holy Quran recounts the histories of past nations with precision, even though the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, was not formally educated in such knowledge. It commands every form of goodness and prohibits every type of evil, addressing both personal conduct and societal well-being so that justice, stability, and peace may flourish wherever its teachings are upheld. The Holy Quran does not indulge in exaggeration, falsehood, or fictional embellishment, unlike poetry, myths, or folktales. Every verse carries benefit and can be applied practically in a person's life. Even when a story appears more than once, each instance highlights new lessons of wisdom. Unlike all other books, repeated recitation of the Holy Quran never causes boredom. Rather, its meanings continue to deepen and unfold with every reading. Its guidance is complete and perfectly balanced. It delivers promises and warnings, each supported with clear and irrefutable evidence. When it speaks of concepts that may seem abstract, such as cultivating patience, humility, or contentment, it always provides simple, practical steps for achieving them. It calls people to fulfill the purpose of their creation by sincerely obeying Allah, the Exalted, and using the blessings He has bestowed in ways pleasing to Him. This leads to genuine peace of mind and success in both worlds, enabling a person to maintain balanced physical and mental well-being, and to place everything and everyone in their life where they rightfully belong, while preparing consciously for their accountability on the Day of Judgment. The Holy Quran makes the straight path unmistakably clear for anyone seeking true inner peace and real success. Because it speaks directly to the natural disposition of humans, its teachings remain beneficial for every era, every culture, and every community. It serves as a remedy for emotional, financial, and physical difficulties when understood and correctly applied. It contains solutions to every challenge that an individual or society may encounter. History itself testifies that whenever communities adhered to the Holy Quran's teachings sincerely and comprehensively, they prospered through its wisdom and justice. Despite the passage of centuries, not a single letter of the Holy Quran has changed, for Allah the Exalted promised its preservation. Chapter 15 Al-Hijr, verse 9.
Indeed, it is we who sent down the message, i.e. the Quran, and indeed we will be its guardian.
Allah the Exalted identifies the root causes of societal corruption within its pages and outlines their practical cures. When foundational problems are corrected, the countless secondary issues that arise from them naturally resolve. In this manner, the Holy Quran addresses everything a person and a community require in order to succeed in this world and the next. Chapter 16 An-Nahl, verse 89.
And we have sent down to you the book as clarification for all things.
And chapter 31 Luqman, verse 27.
Indeed, Allah is exalted in might and wise.
Thus, the Holy Quran is the greatest and everlasting miracle granted by Allah, the Exalted, to His final holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. However, only those who sincerely seek the truth and act upon it will benefit from this miracle. Those who follow their desires, selectively applying its teachings while neglecting others, will ultimately suffer loss in both this world and the hereafter. Chapter 17 Al-Isra, verse 82.
And we send down of the Quran that which is healing and mercy for the believers, but it does not increase the wrongdoers except in loss.
Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 27.
And if whatever trees upon the earth were pens and the sea was ink, replenished thereafter by 7 more seas, the words of Allah would not be exhausted.
Regardless of how advanced a society may become, and irrespective of the knowledge they acquire across various fields, including the mental and physical aspects of people, it remains unattainable for them to formulate a code of conduct that is entirely aligned with human nature and accommodates all circumstances, conditions, and scenarios that individuals or societies may encounter throughout their existence on Earth. Human knowledge, though vast and ever-expanding, is inherently limited. Even the most sophisticated sciences continue to uncover new insights about the human body, the human mind, and the complexities of social interaction. For example, researchers are still discovering the functions at different regions of the human brain, and yet this represents only a fraction of the vast reality of human existence. If humanity has not yet mastered the intricacies of its own physical and mental faculties, how can it hope to design a flawless system that governs every aspect of life? This endeavor is fundamentally impossible, as man-made systems are always subject to revision, error, and bias. They cannot provide a universal framework that ensures justice, balance, and peace across all times and places. Only Allah, the Exalted, possesses the capability to accomplish this, for He is the Creator of all things, and His knowledge is boundless, encompassing the entirety of past, present, and future. His wisdom is perfect, His justice absolute, and His mercy all-encompassing. Unlike human beings, whose vision is partial and whose foresight is limited, Allah the Exalted knows every detail of creation and every circumstance that will arise. He alone is rightly positioned to provide humanity with a code of conduct, a standard that distinctly separates good from evil, beneficial from detrimental, and facilitates the attainment of peace of mind over a life fraught with stress. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 27.
Indeed, Allah is exalted in might and wise.
Historical evidence unequivocally demonstrates that when this divine code of conduct was effectively implemented in the lives of individuals, it resulted in the proliferation of tranquility, justice, and peace within society. Communities that sincerely embraced divine guidance were elevated in moral character, strengthened in unity, and protected from corruption. The divine law provided a framework that safeguarded the rights of all people, restrained oppression, and promoted compassion and fairness. In contrast, societies that relied solely on man-made codes of conduct often fell into cycles of injustice, imbalance, and exploitation, as their laws reflected human biases and limitations. The record of history thus testifies that divine guidance, when sincerely embraced, transforms individuals and societies, producing harmony and stability that human systems alone cannot replicate. Consequently, individuals must embrace the divine code of conduct bestowed upon them, recognizing it as the most advantageous for their well-being, even if certain elements may conflict with their personal desires. Submission to divine law requires humility, acknowledging that human desires are often short-sighted and self-serving, while divine wisdom is comprehensive and eternal. They should conduct themselves as a wise patient who acknowledges and adheres to the medical counsel of their physician, understanding that it is ultimately in their best interest, despite the prescription of unpleasant medications and a stringent dietary regimen. Just as the patient accepts bitter medicine and strict discipline for the sake of long-term health, so too must the believer accept divine commands and prohibitions, even when they challenge personal inclinations. In doing so, they secure not only their spiritual well-being but also their mental and physical balance, achieving peace in this world and salvation in the hereafter. As Allah the Exalted does not force right guidance upon people, for doing so would nullify the test of life in this world, He allows each individual to freely choose their own path. This freedom is a central part of human existence, for it distinguishes between those who sincerely submit to Allah the Exalted and those who follow their desires. Yet this freedom is not without consequence, for every person will be held accountable both in this world and in the hereafter when Allah the Exalted resurrects them for eternity. His power encompasses all things, and therefore resurrecting a person after they have turned into dust and bones is easier for Him than their initial creation, when He brought them into existence from nothing. In fact, resurrecting all of humanity simultaneously will be as effortless for Him as resurrecting a single soul. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 28.
Your creation and your resurrection will not be but as that of a single soul.
Denying the possibility of resurrection on the Day of Judgment is a strange claim, especially when countless examples of resurrection occur throughout the days, months, and years. Allah the Exalted uses rain to give life to barren land, transforming it from desolation into abundance. He causes a dead seed to burst forth alive, providing sustenance for creation. Just as the seed buried in the soil springs to life, so too will the human being buried in the earth be brought forth once again. The natural cycle of growth and renewal is a clear sign that resurrection is not only possible but inevitable. Consider also the revival of rivers and lakes after drought, when water returns and ecosystems flourish once more. Similarly, the hatching of eggs, where lifeless shells suddenly release living creatures, is another sign of Allah's power to bring life from apparent death. The changing of the seasons further illustrates this truth. During winter, the leaves of trees die and fall, leaving the tree seemingly lifeless. Yet with the arrival of spring and summer, leaves grow once again, and the tree appears full of life. This cycle of death and renewal is a visible reminder of resurrection, showing that what appears lifeless can be restored by the command of Allah the Exalted. The same lesson can be observed in the migration of animals, where certain species disappear from sight during harsh seasons only to return in abundance when conditions improve. Even the transformation of caterpillars into butterflies demonstrates how something that appears to end in one form is renewed in another, more beautiful form. Resurrection also occurs continuously within the human body. Cells are constantly dying and being replaced, such as the renewal of skin cells, the regeneration of blood cells, and the healing of wounds. This ongoing process of death and regeneration within the body itself is a sign of Allah's power to bring life from death. The sleep-wake cycle of all creatures provides yet another example. Sleep is described as the sister of death, for the senses of the sleeper are cut off, and they enter a state akin to lifelessness. Yet Allah the Exalted returns the soul to the sleeper if they are destined to live on, thereby granting them life once again. Each awakening is a small resurrection, a daily reminder of the greater resurrection to come. Similarly, the revival of unconscious patients in medical settings who appear lifeless yet regain consciousness reflects the same principle, life restored by divine will. Chapter 39 Az-Zumar, verse 42.
Allah takes the souls at the time of their death, and those that do not die He takes during their sleep. Then He keeps those for which He has decreed death, and releases the others for a specified term. Indeed, in that are signs for a people who give thought.
Thus, the denial of resurrection is not based on reason or evidence but on arrogance and heedlessness. The signs of resurrection are woven into the fabric of creation, manifest in the cycles of nature, the renewal of life, and the daily experiences of humanity. Allah the Exalted has made these signs clear so that people may reflect, recognize His power, and prepare for the day when they will be raised to account. Those who ignore these signs are not rejecting a concept without proof, but are turning away from realities they witness constantly. The revival of the earth after rain, the renewal of life in seasons, the regeneration of the body, and the awakening from sleep all testify to the certainty of resurrection. The wise person will take heed of these signs, while the heedless will dismiss them to their own loss. Allah the Exalted not only has the power and control to resurrect people and hold them accountable, but He also possesses the knowledge of their intention, speech, and actions. Thus, the resurrection and accountability on Judgment Day is inevitable. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 28.
Indeed, Allah is hearing and seeing.
Furthermore, the coming of the Day of Judgment is not merely a belief, but a necessity established by reflection upon the world around people. Anyone who looks carefully at the universe will observe countless signs of perfect balance. The Earth, for instance, has been placed at an exact and finely measured distance from the Sun. A slight shift closer would scorch life, and a slight shift farther would freeze it, yet the planet remains precisely where it must be. The water cycle, too, functions with remarkable symmetry. Oceans release their vapors into the atmosphere, which later condense and fall as rain, sustaining all forms of life. Even the soil beneath their feet is perfectly calibrated, soft enough for delicate sprouts to break through, yet firm enough to support the immense weight of cities and mountains. Such examples not only point to the existence of a creator, but also reveal a universal system grounded in balance. Yet amidst all this harmony lies one obvious exception: human behavior. Oppressors often go unpunished during their lifetimes, while those who endure oppression or hardship rarely receive the full reward their patience deserves. Many persons who sincerely obey Allah the Exalted encounter trials and hardships, receiving only a portion of their reward in this world. Meanwhile, those who openly disobey Allah the Exalted frequently experience comfort and luxury. Given that Allah the Exalted has established balance in every aspect of creation, it follows that justice in human actions must also be balanced. Because perfect justice is not delivered in this world, it must necessarily occur at another appointed time, the Day of Judgment. Allah the Exalted possesses the power to grant full reward and full punishment in worldly life, yet He chooses not to do so out of profound wisdom. Those who commit wrong are repeatedly granted opportunities to repent and reform, demonstrating Allah's endless mercy and patience toward His creation. Similarly, persons are not given the complete reward of their obedience in this world, for this world is not paradise. Moreover, belief in the unseen, chief among them the promised reward of the next life, is an essential component of faith. Faith would lose its distinction if all reward and truth were visible and measurable through the five senses. In addition, fear of the complete punishment awaiting the wrongdoer and hope in the complete reward awaiting the obedient naturally motivates a person to avoid sin and to persist in righteous deeds. For the day of recompense to begin, however, the actions of all people must first come to an end. Reward and punishment can only be issued once the period of action has fully concluded. This reality indicates that the material world must eventually reach its end, clearing the way for final judgment. Reflecting deeply upon these truths strengthens a person's conviction in the inevitability of the Day of Judgment. This strengthened faith inspires them to prepare for that day by using the blessings they have been granted in ways pleasing to Allah, the Exalted, as instructed in the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Through this sincere obedience, they attain peace of mind and success in both worlds, by achieving balance in their physical and mental state, and by correctly placing everything and everyone within their life. Chapter 45 Al-Jatiyah, verse 22.
For Allah created the heavens and the earth for a purpose, so that every soul may be paid back for what it has committed, and none will be wronged.
Another sign indicating the possibility of resurrection is the changing of the days and nights. The night represents death, when life on earth becomes still, and the breaking of dawn represents a resurrection, whereby the earth is instilled with life for another day. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 29.
Do you not see that Allah causes the night to enter the day, and causes the day to enter the night?
Not only are the days and nights a constant reminder of resurrection, but they also indicate the oneness of Allah, the Exalted, His ultimate power, and how He alone must be obeyed in every situation. The perfect timings of the days and nights and their varied lengths throughout the year allow people to obtain maximum benefit from them. If the days were longer, people would become exhausted from the extended hours of activity, leading to fatigue, imbalance, and a decline in productivity. If the nights were longer, people would not have sufficient time to earn their livelihood, pursue knowledge, or engage in other beneficial activities, which would hinder progress and development. Conversely, if the nights were shorter, people would not be able to rest adequately, which would compromise their health, weaken their bodies, and diminish their ability to function effectively. Furthermore, changes to the length of the days and nights would have a direct impact on crops, disrupting the cycles of growth and harvest, thereby affecting the provision of food for both humans and animals. The fact that the days and nights, along with other balanced systems within the universe, operate in perfect harmony clearly indicates the oneness of Allah, the Exalted. If there were multiple gods, each desiring different outcomes, chaos would ensue within the universe, and the balance of creation would collapse. Chapter 21, Al-Anbiya, verse 22.
Had there been within them, i.e., the heavens and earth gods besides Allah, they both would have been ruined.
The sun's trajectory ensures that the earth receives a balanced amount of light and darkness, which is essential for sustaining life. The precise timing of days and nights, along with their varying durations throughout the year, allows people to make the most of them in every aspect of life. If days were longer, people would suffer from exhaustion due to prolonged activity, and their bodies would struggle to maintain strength. If nights were longer, individuals would lack sufficient time for work, education, and other necessary pursuits, which would hinder the advancement of society. If nights were shorter, people would be deprived of adequate rest, leading to poor health, weakened immunity, and diminished productivity. The balance of day and night also sustains agriculture, as crops depend on specific cycles of light and darkness for growth. Any disruption in this balance would result in food shortages and harm to both humans and animals. The moon, which reflects sunlight, and the stars provide guidance to travelers at night, especially in deserts and oceans where navigation is difficult. This remains vital even today for transportation and trade, as many journeys depend on celestial navigation. The moon's phases also regulate the tides of oceans and seas, which are crucial for marine ecosystems, coastal environments, and the balance of nature. Any disturbance in these tides could cause severe environmental damage, flooding, or destruction of habitats. Moreover, the sun and moon enable people to measure time accurately, which is indispensable for organizing life on Earth, scheduling work, and maintaining order in society. The precise balance and positioning of the sun and moon within the solar system clearly point to the existence of a creator. Chapter 31, Luqman, verse 29.
And has subjected the sun and the moon, each running its course for a specified term.
Just as the sun rises and sets and the moon goes through its phases, life in this world will also decline and eventually reach its end. The cycles of the celestial bodies serve as a reminder that all things are temporary and will culminate in the final phase decreed by Allah, the Exalted. At that time, the one who knows all things, including the intentions, speech, and actions of every individual, will resurrect humanity and hold them accountable for their deeds. The rising and setting of the sun reminds people that every day is a new opportunity to prepare for the hereafter, while the phases of the moon remind them of the gradual passage of time and the inevitability of change. Just as the celestial bodies follow their appointed courses without deviation, so too will human beings face their appointed end and resurrection. Chapter 31, Luqman, verse 29.
And that Allah, with whatever you do, is acquainted.
The harmony of the days and nights, the balance of the sun and moon, and the continuous cycles of nature all serve as signs pointing to the oneness of Allah, the Exalted, His supreme power, and the inevitability of resurrection. They remind humanity that obedience to Him is not optional, but necessary, for He alone governs the universe with wisdom and justice. These signs are not abstract, but are experienced daily, urging people to reflect, to recognize divine authority, and to prepare for accountability. The wise will see in these cycles a call to humility and submission, while the heedless will ignore them to their own detriment. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 30.
That is because Allah is the truth, and that what they call upon other than Him is falsehood, and because Allah is the Most High, the Grand.
It is essential to remember that false deities, such as idols, are not the only beings a person might worship and obey, aside from Allah, the Exalted. In the Islamic understanding, worship is not limited to rituals such as bowing or prostration. Rather, it includes obedience, devotion, and submission. In truth, anything a person obeys in opposition to Allah, the Exalted, whether social media, fashion, culture, or other individuals, represents what that person genuinely worships. Chapter 9 at Tawbah, verse 31.
They have taken their scholars and monks as lords besides Allah.
The knowledgeable individuals and religious leaders from the people of the book were not worshipped through bowing or prayer. Instead, they were obeyed in acts of rebellion against Allah, the Exalted, and this obedience was regarded as a form of worship. This demonstrates that worship is not confined to outward rituals, but is defined by submission and loyalty. When a person submits to another in defiance of Allah, the Exalted, they elevate that individual or influence to the level of a false deity, even without consciously intending to worship them. This principle warns every person that obedience must be reserved for Allah, the Exalted alone, for He alone is worthy of worship. This principle is also mentioned regarding the devil. Chapter 36 Yasin, verse 60.
Did I not enjoin upon you, O children of Adam, that you not worship Satan, for indeed he is to you a clear enemy?
The overwhelming majority of people have never engaged in direct ritual worship of the devil, yet they have been described as worshipping him because they obey him in opposition to Allah, the Exalted. To follow his whispers, to indulge in arrogance, greed, or disobedience, is to worship him in practice. Satan does not demand ritual prostration, he seeks obedience in rebellion. Thus, those who follow his commands, even unintentionally, are counted among his worshippers. This warning highlights the subtlety of false worship and the need for vigilance, reminding humanity that obedience to the devil is the greatest betrayal of their Creator. If a person persists in disobeying Allah, the Exalted, they will inevitably become subservient to other influences, whether individuals, social media, fashion, culture, or employers. Attempting to satisfy multiple unjust masters only creates stress, for their demands are unpredictable, conflicting, and impossible to fulfill. Just as an employee with several supervisors struggles to meet everyone's expectations, the one who turns away from servitude to Allah, the Exalted, becomes burdened by numerous masters, eventually sacrificing inner peace. The heart grows restless, the mind becomes unsettled, and life becomes a continuous struggle to please forces that can never be satisfied. With time, such individuals may fall into sadness, isolation, depression, or even suicidal thoughts, as their efforts to appease worldly masters fail to bring them the fulfillment they hoped for. This truth is easily observed in the lives of many who adopt this mindset, celebrities who appear outwardly successful, yet inwardly restless and troubled. Despite their wealth, fame, and influence, they are plagued by emptiness because they have devoted themselves to worldly masters incapable of granting peace. Their lives stand as evidence of the futility of worshipping anything other than Allah, the Exalted. Moreover, worshipping any entity by yielding to it in disobedience to Allah, the Exalted, will offer no benefit in the hereafter. These false masters will neither support their followers nor share their burden. On the Day of Judgment, every soul will stand alone before Allah, the Exalted, accountable for its choices. Those who worshipped false deities will find themselves abandoned, for the very things they obeyed will disown them. Their misplaced obedience will bring no advantage, and their devotion to anything other than Allah, the Exalted, will result only in profound regret. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 30.
That is because Allah is the truth, and that what they call upon other than Him is falsehood, and because Allah is the Most High, the Grand.
Allah, the Exalted, points to another sign which indicates His oneness and how He alone provides for the creation. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 31.
Do you not see that ships sail through the sea by the favor of Allah?
When one observes the perfectly balanced water cycle, it becomes a clear indication of the existence of a creator. Water from the sea evaporates, rises into the atmosphere, and then condenses to produce rain. This rain, often acidic in nature, descends upon the mountains, which act as natural filters and neutralizers, ensuring that the water becomes suitable for human and animal consumption. This system is so finely tuned that even the slightest alteration would result in catastrophic consequences for life on Earth. If the rain remained acidic, it would destroy crops, poison rivers, and render water unsafe for drinking. Similarly, if evaporation or condensation were disrupted, droughts or floods would dominate the Earth. The salt in the sea plays another vital role. It prevents the contamination of the oceans by neutralizing the decay of dead creatures within it. Without this balance, the oceans would become polluted, sea life would perish, and the impurity would spread to the land, overwhelming terrestrial life as well. Furthermore, the composition of water has been designed in such a way that marine life can thrive within it, while at the same time heavy ships can sail upon its surface. If the density or chemical balance of water were slightly altered, either sea life would survive, but ships could not float, or ships could sail, but sea life would perish. Both cannot coexist without this perfect balance. Even today, sea transport remains the most widely used method of transporting goods across the globe, highlighting the continued importance of this divine system. This balance is therefore essential to life on earth. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 31.
Do you not see that ships sail through the sea by the favor of Allah, that He may show you of His signs?
Yet, as obeying Allah, the Exalted, often contradicts the worldly desires of people, remaining steadfast in obedience requires adopting patience and gratitude. These two qualities are the foundation of one's relationship with Allah, the Exalted. Patience ensures that one remains firm in obedience even when faced with hardship, while gratitude ensures that one recognizes and utilizes blessings correctly. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 31.
Indeed, in that are signs for everyone patient and grateful.
Patience involves refraining from complaining through speech or actions, and remaining steadfast in obedience to Allah, the Exalted, with the conviction that He only chooses what is best, even if this is not immediately apparent. This requires trust in divine wisdom, recognizing that human perception is limited. Chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, verse 216.
But perhaps you hate a thing and it is good for you, and perhaps you love a thing and it is bad for you. And Allah knows while you know not.
Gratitude, on the other hand, manifests in three dimensions: intention, speech, and action. Gratitude in intention means acting solely to please Allah, the Exalted, without seeking worldly recognition. Gratitude in speech means speaking only what is good, praising Allah, the Exalted, and refraining from harmful or idle words. Gratitude in action means using the blessings granted by Allah, the Exalted, in ways that are pleasing to Him, as outlined in the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. This comprehensive gratitude leads to further blessings, peace of mind, and success in both worlds. It allows a person to achieve balance in their mental and physical state, and to correctly place everything and everyone within their life. Chapter 14 Ibrahim, verse 7.
If you are grateful, I will surely increase you in favor.
Therefore, the one who acts correctly in every situation, combining patience with gratitude, will enjoy the constant support and mercy of Allah, the Exalted. This divine support leads to peace of mind in both worlds, enabling a person to achieve balance in their mental and physical state, and to correctly order their life according to divine wisdom. This principle has been advised in a hadith found in Sahih Muslim, number 7500. One of the most powerful signs which indicates the oneness of Allah, the Exalted, and His supreme power and authority over the creation, is experienced universally, irrespective of a person's faith or lack of it. When an individual faces a genuine difficulty, one that cannot be resolved by the means they possess or have access to, they instinctively turn to one God, Allah, the Exalted. In those moments of desperation, they do not appeal to multiple gods, nor do they invent new deities, for their soul prevents them from doing so. The innate recognition of a single Creator surfaces, and they supplicate sincerely to Him alone. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 32.
And when waves come over them like canopies, they supplicate Allah, sincere to Him in religion.
This phenomenon is not confined to religious texts, but is often reflected in popular culture. Movies and television shows, even when produced by those who attempt to belittle religion, frequently portray characters who, in their moment of greatest need, appeal to one God. A character who may openly deny the existence of God in ordinary circumstances is shown instinctively calling upon Him when faced with death or disaster. This demonstrates that the recognition of Allah, the Exalted, is deeply embedded within the human soul, surfacing when worldly supports collapse. Even in real life, countless testimonies exist of people who, despite living without faith, instinctively cry out to God in moments of crisis, whether during accidents, natural disasters, or life-threatening illnesses. These examples show that the human soul cannot deny the reality of its Creator when confronted with its own helplessness. This innate desire to call upon one God, Allah, the Exalted, in desperate times originates from the soul itself. The soul was once in the company of Allah, the Exalted, and testified to His Lordship, His oneness, and His absolute control and power over all things. Chapter 7 Al-Araf, verse 172.
And mention when your Lord took from the children of Adam, from their loins, their descendants, and made them testify of themselves, saying to them, Am I not your Lord? They said, Yes, we have testified.
This covenant explains why even those who outwardly deny God instinctively turn to Him in times of desperation. Their soul, which has already testified to His Lordship, compels them to recognize Him when worldly illusions fade. This testimony is not erased by disbelief or negligence. It remains embedded within the essence of every human being. It is why the call to Allah, the Exalted, feels natural and instinctive, even for those who have never practiced religion. The soul remembers its origin, and in moments of crisis, this memory surfaces, reminding the person of their Creator. One should take heed of these moments, for they are clear signs of the oneness of Allah, the Exalted. They are reminders that faith is not merely an intellectual exercise, but a reality embedded within the very essence of human existence. Reflecting upon these moments should encourage one to believe in Allah, the Exalted, if they do not already, and should inspire sincere obedience to Him. This obedience involves using the blessings He has granted in ways pleasing to Him, for peace and a successful outcome lie in this. The soul itself testifies to this truth, especially during times of difficulty, when worldly supports collapse and divine reality becomes undeniable. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 53.
We will show them our signs in the horizons and within themselves, until it becomes clear to them that it is the truth.
Thus, the signs of Allah, the Exalted, are not distant or abstract. They are experienced within the human soul and observed in the natural order of creation. They call people to reflection, humility, and submission, reminding them that true peace and success lie only in recognizing and obeying the One who governs all things. These signs are evident in the vastness of the universe, the intricacies of the human body, and the instinctive cries of the soul in times of need. They are undeniable proofs that Allah, the Exalted, is the sole creator and sustainer, and that obedience to Him is the only path to salvation. But as obeying Allah, the Exalted, often contradicts the worldly desires of people, when He rescues them from their desperate situation, the majority of them adopt only a moderate attitude. They acknowledge Him in moments of need, calling upon Him when they are helpless. Yet once safety and ease return, they neglect His commands and resume their disobedience. Their faith becomes conditional, tied only to circumstances of desperation, rather than being a constant devotion in all states of life. This selective obedience reveals the weakness of their submission, for true servitude requires consistency in both hardship and ease, in both prosperity and poverty. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 32.
But when He delivers them to the land, there are some of them who are moderate.
As a result of this attitude, they persist in disobeying Allah, the Exalted, in their everyday lives by misusing the blessings He has granted them. Instead of employing wealth, health, family, and opportunities in ways pleasing to Him, they squander them in pursuit of fleeting desires and worldly indulgence. In this world, such misuse prevents them from achieving a balanced mental and physical state. It causes them to misplace everything and everyone within their life, treating blessings as burdens and failing to recognize their true purpose. Consequently, their family, friends, career, and wealth, things meant to bring joy and stability, become sources of stress, anxiety, and conflict. Their homes become places of tension, Their wealth becomes a source of greed and envy, and their relationships become fragile, all because they fail to align their lives with divine guidance. If they persist in disobedience, they begin to blame the wrong things and people within their lives, such as their spouse, children, or close companions, for their stress and dissatisfaction. Instead of recognizing that their imbalance stems from neglecting divine guidance, they cut good people out of their lives, believing them to be the cause of their troubles. This misguided blame only increases their suffering, leading them deeper into mental disorders. Eventually, they may plunge into depression, substance addiction, or even suicidal tendencies, as they attempt to fill the void created by their disobedience with worldly distractions. This outcome is evident when one observes those who persist in misusing the blessings they have been granted, such as the rich and famous. Despite enjoying worldly luxuries, fame, and influence, many of them live lives marked by instability, scandal, and despair, proving that material abundance without obedience to Allah, the Exalted, cannot bring peace or fulfillment. And as their attitude prevents them from preparing for accountability on the Day of Judgment, their punishment in the hereafter will be far worse. They rejected the signs of Allah, the Exalted, despite witnessing them in their own lives and in the world around them. Their ingratitude and treachery will be exposed when they stand before Him, stripped of excuses and worldly distractions. Their selective obedience will be revealed as hypocrisy, and their neglect of blessings will be shown as betrayal. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 32.
And none rejects our signs except everyone treacherous and ungrateful.
Thus, the lesson is clear. Selective obedience and ingratitude lead to imbalance in this world and destruction in the hereafter. True success lies in consistent submission to Allah, the Exalted, using His blessings in ways that please Him, and preparing sincerely for the accountability that awaits every soul. Those who remain steadfast in obedience, whether in ease or hardship, will find peace of mind, balance in their lives, and eternal success, while those who persist in treachery and ingratitude will face ruin both in this world and the next. In reality, every person who abandons the divine code of conduct revealed by Allah, the Exalted, and instead adopts man-made systems of conduct, does so in order to gratify their worldly desires. This is because all codes devised by human beings are ultimately rooted in human inclinations, ambitions, and self-interest. Unlike the divine law, which is based on wisdom, justice, and mercy, man-made systems are shaped by the desires of those who create them. They reflect the limitations of human knowledge and the biases of human nature, often prioritizing the interests of a select group over the welfare of all. The divine law, by contrast, is comprehensive and impartial, designed by the Creator, who knows the needs of every soul and the requirements of every society. Thus, when people abandon divine guidance, they inevitably fall into systems that serve their passions rather than their true well-being. The wealthy and powerful are often the most entrenched in this mindset. They recognize that accepting the truth of Islam would require them to submit to a higher moral framework, one that places limits on their pursuit of unchecked desires. Such submission would restrict their exploitation of others, their indulgence in excess, and their misuse of authority. It would demand accountability, fairness, and humility, qualities that threaten their worldly privileges. Out of fear of losing their influence and status, they not only reject the truth themselves, but also actively encourage others to follow their lead. They use their wealth, position, and influence to spread falsehood, to ridicule divine guidance, and to persuade others to adopt man-made systems. In doing so, they attempt to preserve their worldly status, even at the expense of their eternal well-being. Their rejection is not born of ignorance, but a deliberate resistance to a truth that challenges their arrogance. This pattern is not new. Historically, the first to oppose the holy prophets, peace be upon them, were often the elites of society, those who feared that embracing divine guidance would undermine their power and expose their injustices. The leaders of past nations resisted the prophets not because they lacked evidence, but because they feared losing their dominance. Their rejection was not based on a lack of clarity regarding the truth of the message, for the signs of Allah, the Exalted, were manifest before them in creation, in revelation, and in the character of the prophets themselves. Rather, their opposition stemmed from arrogance, pride, and the desire to continue living according to their whims. They preferred the fleeting pleasures of this world to the eternal rewards of the hereafter, and so they opposed the truth even when it was undeniable. Thus, the rejection of divine guidance is rarely an intellectual dispute about truth or falsehood. Instead, it is most often a matter of the heart, a refusal to restrain one's desires and submit to the authority of the Creator. It is the treachery of preferring worldly gain over eternal salvation, and the ingratitude of denying the blessings and signs of Allah, the Exalted, which are evident in every aspect of life. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 32.
And none rejects our signs except everyone treacherous and ungrateful.
This verse serves as a timeless warning. Rejection of divine guidance is not a matter of ignorance but of betrayal and ingratitude. Those who turn away from the signs of Allah, the Exalted, do so because they prefer treachery to truth and ingratitude to submission. Their hearts are corrupted by desire, and their refusal to obey is a conscious choice that leads to ruin in both worlds. In order to avoid this outcome, one must accept and act upon the teachings of Islam for their own sake, even if these teachings contradict their personal desires. True obedience requires submission to divine wisdom, not selective adherence based on convenience. A believer must behave as a wise patient who accepts and acts upon the medical advice of their doctor, knowing it is ultimately in their best interest, even though the prescription may include bitter medicines and a strict diet plan. Just as the patient endures temporary discomfort for the sake of long-term health, so too must the believer endure the discipline of divine commands for the sake of eternal well-being. The same way this wise patient achieves good mental and physical health, the person who accepts and acts upon Islamic teachings will achieve balance, peace, and success in both worlds. This is because the only one who possesses the knowledge required to ensure that a person achieves a balanced mental and physical state, and correctly places everything and everyone within their life, is Allah, the Exalted. His knowledge encompasses all realities, past, present, and future, and is free from error, bias, and limitation. He knows the true nature of the human soul, the intricacies of the human body, and the complexities of human society. Therefore, his guidance is perfectly suited to lead people toward harmony and justice. By contrast, the knowledge of the mental and physical states of humans possessed by society will never be sufficient to achieve this outcome. Despite all the research undertaken, human beings cannot solve every issue a person may face in life. Their advice cannot prevent all forms of mental and physical stress, nor can it ensure that everything and everyone is correctly placed within a person's life. This limitation arises from the finite nature of human knowledge, experience, and foresight, as well as the biases that inevitably shape human judgment. Even the most advanced sciences remain incomplete, constantly revising their conclusions as new discoveries are made. Human systems of conduct are therefore unstable, subject to change, and often influenced by the ambitions of those who design them. They may provide partial solutions, but they cannot offer the comprehensive framework needed to secure peace of mind, balance of body, and justice in society. Only the divine law, revealed by Allah, the Exalted, provides this framework, for it is rooted in perfect wisdom, mercy, and justice. Thus, the one who sincerely accepts and acts upon Islamic teachings will find themselves protected from imbalance and guided toward true success, while those who rely solely on human systems will remain vulnerable to confusion, stress, and misplacement in life. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 33.
O mankind, fear your Lord.
In addition, in order to adopt the right attitude, one must avoid falling into the trap of wishful thinking, whereby they persist in disobeying Allah, the Exalted, by misusing the blessings He has granted them, while falsely believing they will obtain salvation on the Day of Judgment through the intercession of a pious relative or companion. This is a dangerous delusion, for each person will be held accountable for their own deeds, and their relative, irrespective of how pious they may have been, will not save them from their accountability. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 33.
And fear a day when no father will avail his son, nor will a son avail his father at all.
And chapter 53 An-Na'im, verse 39.
And that there is not for man except that good for which he strives.
This demonstrates that salvation is not inherited, nor is it transferable. It is earned through sincere striving, obedience, and submission to Allah, the Exalted. Those who rely on the piety of others while neglecting their own responsibilities are deceiving themselves, for the Day of Judgment will expose every soul's deeds without exception. Even though intercession on the Day of Judgment is a fact, nonetheless, It will only benefit those who genuinely strive to obey Allah, the Exalted, in this world. It is not a substitute for obedience, but a mercy granted to those who have sincerely attempted to live according to divine guidance. This has been indicated throughout the Holy Quran, such as in chapter 40 Ghafir, verse 8.
Our Lord, and admit them to gardens of perpetual residence which you have promised them, and whoever was righteous among their forefathers, their spouses and their offspring.
This verse shows that intercession is tied to righteousness, not negligence. It is a reward for those who lived in obedience, not a loophole for those who abandoned their responsibilities. Intercession is a manifestation of divine mercy, but it is only granted to those who have demonstrated sincerity in their striving. Those who mock this concept by expecting salvation without effort are in fact rejecting the wisdom of Allah, the Exalted, and undermining the seriousness of accountability. If one adopts a lazy attitude whereby they ignore obeying Allah, the Exalted, and then expect someone else to save them on the Day of Judgment, they will be bitterly disappointed. Such an attitude mocks the concept of intercession, treating it as a guarantee rather than a mercy. In fact, the one who mocks intercession in this way may find that the leader of the intercessors, the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, testifies against them on Judgment Day. Chapter 25 Al-Furqan, verse 30.
And the Messenger has said, O my Lord, indeed my people have taken this Quran as a thing abandoned.
This verse pertains specifically to Muslims, as they are the sole community that has acknowledged and embraced the Holy Quran. Non-Muslims, having not accepted its guidance, cannot be described as abandoning it. The outcome of any Muslim against whom the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, bears witness on the Day of Judgment is obvious: condemnation and loss, for his testimony is truth and cannot be refuted. Therefore, one must avoid adopting a lazy attitude whereby they rely on others to intercede for them in the court of Allah, the Exalted, and instead strive to sincerely obey Him. This involves using the blessings they have been granted in ways pleasing to Him, as outlined in the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Only through sincere obedience, patience and gratitude can one hope to be among those who benefit from intercession, for Allah the Exalted alone authorizes it, and He grants it only to those who have shown genuine effort in striving for His pleasure. The path to salvation lies not in wishful thinking, but in consistent striving, humility and submission to divine authority. Allah, the Exalted, encourages people to accept His promise, which is a guarantee of peace and success for those who sincerely obey Him by correctly using the blessings He has granted them in accordance with Islamic teachings. This obedience leads to peace of mind in both worlds, as it enables a person to achieve a balanced mental and physical state. It also allows them to correctly place everything and everyone within their life, ensuring that relationships, responsibilities, and possessions are ordered with wisdom and justice. Such balance brings clarity, harmony, and tranquility, protecting the individual from confusion and misplacement. The promise of Allah, the Exalted, is not abstract, but is experienced in the daily lives of those who live in submission, as they find contentment even amidst trials and enjoy stability in their families, communities, and personal affairs. At the same time, Allah, the Exalted, warns people against His promise that those who disobey Him will obtain an unbalanced mental and physical state. Disobedience leads to misplacing everything and everyone within their life, treating blessings as burdens and failing to recognize their true purpose. Such individuals neglect their accountability on the Day of Judgment, living heedlessly as though they will not be called to account. As a result, they face stress, trouble, and difficulties in both worlds, even if they enjoy some worldly luxuries. Their wealth becomes a source of greed and anxiety, their relationships become fragile and strained, and their health suffers from imbalance. The pleasures they pursue fail to bring lasting satisfaction, and their lives are marked by restlessness and disorder. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 33.
Indeed, the promise of Allah is truth.
The verse reminds humanity that the promise of Allah, the Exalted, is certain and unchanging. His reward for obedience and His warning for disobedience are both realities that will manifest in this world and culminate in the hereafter. Those who accept His promise and act upon it will find peace, balance, and salvation, while those who reject it will face imbalance, hardship, and loss. The wise person will therefore take heed of this truth, striving to use their blessings in ways pleasing to Allah, the Exalted, and preparing sincerely for their accountability on the Day of Judgment. Allah, the Exalted, then warns every person not to allow worldly desires and distractions to prevent them from being positively influenced by His promise and guidance. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 33.
Indeed, the promise of Allah is truth, so let not the worldly life delude you.
This warning addresses a universal human weakness. Many people become so immersed in worldly pursuits, wealth, status, comfort, entertainment, and social approval, that they gradually lose sensitivity to spiritual truths. This delusion often arises from observing the behavior of the majority within society. When people constantly see others chasing worldly desires, they begin to internalize the belief that peace of mind and success lie solely in fulfilling these material cravings. The more they see this pattern repeated, the more normal and logical it appears, even if it stands in direct contradiction to the guidance of Allah, the Exalted. This false belief is heavily reinforced by influential groups within society, particularly the elite who benefit from spreading such ideas. Businesses, media outlets, celebrities, and public figures, knowingly or unknowingly, promote the message that happiness is achieved through consumption, appearance, popularity, and pleasure. By encouraging people to chase these desires, they strengthen their own wealth and influence. As a result, many individuals fall into the trap of adopting the values of those around them without questioning whether those values align with truth or with the teachings of Allah, the Exalted. A person must therefore guard themselves from blindly following the crowd. The behavior of the majority often leads to negligence and ultimately to the disobedience of Allah, the Exalted. When people see society ignoring Islamic teachings, they may feel pressured to follow along, assuming that the behavior of the majority must be correct. This is a psychological tendency known as social proof, the belief that something must be right simply because many people are doing it. Yet this assumption is deeply flawed. History provides countless examples where majority opinions were proven false when knowledge advanced. The widespread ancient belief that the earth was flat, the belief that the sun revolved around the earth, or the belief that diseases were caused merely by bad smells all show that popularity does not equal truth. In every age, the truth remained the truth, even when only a minority upheld it. A person must therefore refuse to behave like cattle, who simply move in the direction the herd moves without thought or reflection. Blind conformity often results in misguided decisions in both worldly matters and spiritual matters. Chapter 6 Al-An'am, verse 116.
And if you obey most of those upon the earth, they will mislead you from the way of Allah. They follow not except assumption, and they are not but guessing.
This verse reveals that the majority often operate on assumptions rather than knowledge. Cultural norms, public trends, and popular opinions frequently arise from personal desires, convenience, or baseless speculation. They shift continuously as societies evolve, leaving those who rely upon them in a state of confusion and instability. A person who anchors their life in such shifting ideals inevitably finds themselves constantly changing direction, chasing one trend after another, hoping each new pursuit will bring fulfillment. In contrast, the teachings of Allah the Exalted remain constant and unchanging. When a person uses the reasoning and intellect granted by Allah the Exalted to reflect carefully on each matter, religious or worldly, they gain clarity and insight. Islam encourages every person to learn, reflect on the signs of creation, and act upon knowledge rather than imitation. This approach shields them from manipulation, societal pressure, and intellectual laziness. It frees them from the heavy burden of trying to meet ever-changing expectations, and grants them stability of mind and clarity of purpose. Chapter 12 Yusuf, verse 108.
Say, this is my way, I invite to Allah with insight, I and those who follow me.
When an individual bases their worldview on divine guidance rather than public opinion, their heart becomes settled. Their principles remain firm even when society shifts, and they no longer feel enslaved to the approval of others. They discover a deep sense of peace that arises from aligning their actions with the purpose Allah, the Exalted, created them for. In times of confusion, the teachings of the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, provide a reliable compass that does not change. Those who depend on societal norms for guidance, however, experience an opposite reality. Their lives become marked by confusion, instability, and constant dissatisfaction. They chase desires that never bring lasting fulfillment, and their minds grow weary from trying to keep up with the shifting standards around them. What society praises today may be condemned tomorrow, and what is considered desirable this year may be dismissed the next. A person who bases their identity on such unstable foundations inevitably feels lost. Thus, the warning of Allah the Exalted is an act of profound mercy. It reminds every person that worldly life has the power to deceive, and that true success lies in resisting blind imitation. Real clarity, peace, and success emerge when one follows the truth, even if this means standing apart from the majority. Those who reflect on this guidance will recognize that the most honorable, stable, and fulfilling path is the one illuminated by the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, guiding them toward peace of mind in this world and success in the next. Is it vital to understand that worldly possessions and pursuits, such as fame, wealth, authority, family, friends, and career, only carry true value when they are accompanied by peace of mind? Without peace of mind, these very things which people often chase with great effort become sources of stress, anxiety, and hardship in both this world and the hereafter. They lose their intended benefit and instead weigh heavily upon the individual. This reality is clearly observable when one examines the lives of the rich and famous. Despite possessing and enjoying worldly luxuries, many of them are plagued with mental health issues, instability, and dissatisfaction. Their abundance has not granted them tranquility, because peace of mind is not found in material indulgence, but only in submission to Allah the Exalted. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 33.
Indeed, the promise of Allah is truth, so let not the worldly life delude you.
Therefore, it is essential for every person to prioritize the pursuit of peace of mind over the fulfillment of worldly desires. Peace of mind is not achieved through the accumulation of possessions or the pursuit of status, but through attaining mental and physical balance and correctly placing everything and everyone within one's life. This requires recognizing the rightful place of wealth, family, career, and relationships, and ensuring they are used in ways pleasing to Allah the Exalted. When blessings are misused, they become burdens. When they are used correctly, they become means of tranquility and success. As Allah the Exalted alone possesses the knowledge to achieve this balance, one must seek peace of mind through his obedience. Worldly desires, when pursued without divine guidance, lead to imbalance and misplacement, whereas obedience to Allah the Exalted aligns one's life with wisdom and justice, producing harmony and tranquility. No matter how advanced a society may become, and regardless of the knowledge it acquires across various fields, including the mental and physical aspects of human beings, it remains unattainable for humanity to formulate a code of conduct that is entirely aligned with human nature and accommodates all circumstances, conditions, and scenarios that individuals or societies may encounter throughout their existence on Earth. Human knowledge, though vast and ever-expanding, is inherently limited. Even the most sophisticated sciences continue to uncover new insights about the human body, the human mind, and the complexities of social interaction. For example, researchers are still discovering the functions at different regions of the human brain, yet this represents only a fraction of the vast reality of human existence. If humanity has not yet mastered the intricacies of its own physical and mental faculties, how can it hope to design a flawless system that governs every aspect of life? This endeavor is fundamentally impossible, as man-made systems are always subject to revision, error, and bias. They cannot provide a universal framework that ensures justice, balance, and peace across all times and places. Only Allah, the Exalted, possesses the capability to accomplish this, for He is the creator of all things, and His knowledge is boundless, encompassing the entirety of past, present, and future. His wisdom is perfect, His justice absolute, and His mercy all-encompassing. Unlike human beings, whose vision is partial and whose foresight is limited, Allah the Exalted knows every detail of creation and every circumstance that will arise. He alone is rightly positioned to provide humanity with a code of conduct, a standard that distinctly separates good from evil, beneficial from detrimental, and facilitates the attainment of peace of mind over a life fraught with stress. His guidance is timeless, comprehensive, and free from error, ensuring that those who follow it will find balance in this world and salvation in the hereafter. Those who sincerely embrace his law will discover that it not only governs their external actions, but also nurtures their inner state, producing tranquility of heart, clarity of mind, and strength of body. One of the greatest ways worldly desires deceive people is when they falsely believe they have enough time in this world to obey Allah, the Exalted, and prepare for their accountability on the Day of Judgment. This false hope of a long life is an extremely blameworthy characteristic, as it is one of the main causes for a person giving priority to amassing the material world over preparing for the hereafter. A simple reflection on one's average 24-hour day reveals this truth. How much time is dedicated to worldly pursuits, compared to how much is dedicated to remembrance of Allah, the Exalted, and preparation for the eternal abode. Most people will find that the majority of their hours are consumed by work, entertainment, and socializing, while only a small fraction is devoted to prayer, reflection, or acts of charity. This imbalance demonstrates how false hope leads people to neglect their ultimate purpose. In fact, false hope for a long life is one of the strongest weapons the devil uses to misguide people. When a person convinces themselves that they will live long, they delay preparing for the hereafter, falsely believing they can begin at some future time. In most cases, this future never arrives, and death overtakes them without adequate preparation, leaving them with regret and loss. In addition, false hope for a long life causes a person to delay sincere repentance and the effort to reform their character, as they believe they have ample time left to do so. They postpone abandoning sinful habits, thinking they can change later, and they delay adopting virtuous qualities, assuming they can improve when they are older. It encourages hoarding of worldly possessions, such as wealth, under the illusion that these will be needed during their long life on earth. The devil frightens people into thinking they must store wealth for old age, lest they find no one to support them when they grow physically weaker and unable to work. They forget that the same way Allah, the Exalted, provided for them in youth, He will provide for them in old age. In fact, provision for the entire creation was decreed 50,000 years before the creation of the heavens and the earth, as confirmed in a hadith found in Sahih Muslim, number 6748. It is astonishing that a person will dedicate 40 years of their life saving for retirement, which rarely lasts longer than 20 years, yet fail to prepare in the same way for the eternal hereafter, which has no end. This misplaced priority reveals the deception of false hope and the danger of neglecting eternal realities. Islam does not teach a person to neglect preparation for worldly needs. There is no harm in saving for the near future, provided that priority is given to the hereafter. Balance is encouraged, but the eternal abode must always take precedence over temporary comforts. Yet, despite acknowledging that death may come at any time, many behave as though they will live forever in this world. They plan decades ahead for careers, homes, and wealth, while ignoring the certainty of death that may arrive at any moment. Some even strive so intensely for worldly accumulation that, even if they were promised eternal life on earth, they would not be able to strive harder, limited as they are by the cycles of day and night. Their greed knows no bounds, and their pursuit of material gain blinds them to the reality of accountability. How many people have passed away earlier than expected? And how many truly learn a lesson from this reality and change their behavior? The majority continue heedlessly, repeating the same mistakes, while only a few take heed and reform their lives. In truth, one of the greatest pains a person will feel at the time of death, or at any stage of the hereafter, is regret for delaying preparation. Chapter 63 Al-Munafiqun, verses 10 to 11.
And spend in the way of Allah from what we have provided you before death approaches one of you, and he says, My Lord, if only you would delay me for a brief term so I would give charity and be of the righteous. But never will Allah delay a soul when its time has come. And Allah is aware of what you do.
This passage illustrates the futility of regret at the time of death. Once the appointed time arrives, no delay will be granted, and no opportunity for repentance or reform will remain. The person will desperately wish for more time, but their request will be denied, for the decree of Allah, the Exalted, is final. The pain of regret will overshadow all other experiences, as they realize that the opportunities they squandered will never return. A person would rightly be labeled a fool if they dedicated more time and wealth to a house they were only going to live in briefly, compared to a house they were planning to inhabit for a very long time. This is the precise example of giving priority to the temporal world over the eternal hereafter. The world is like a temporary shelter, fragile and fleeting, while the hereafter is a permanent dwelling, vast and enduring. Yet many people invest all their energy into the temporary shelter, decorating it, expanding it and protecting it, while neglecting the eternal home that awaits them. This misplaced effort reveals the folly of prioritizing the material world over eternal salvation. A person should work for both the world and the hereafter, but they must recognize that death does not come at a time, situation, or age known to them. It is certain to come, though its moment is hidden. Therefore, preparing for death and what it leads to must take priority over preparing for a worldly future which is uncertain and may never occur. The wise are those who balance their worldly responsibilities, while ensuring that their ultimate focus remains on the eternal abode, where true success lies. They understand that worldly life is a test, not a guarantee, and that every moment must be used to draw closer to Allah, the Exalted. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 33.
Indeed, the promise of Allah is truth, so let not the worldly life delude you.
Those who disbelieve or avoid acting upon their faith in Islam do so primarily out of love for the material world and the attractions it contains. They convince themselves that belief and obedience will deprive them of enjoyment, as they perceive faith to be a restriction upon their desires. For them, religion is not a path to peace but a barrier to indulgence, and so they turn away from it either literally by rejecting it outright or practically by neglecting its commands. Instead, they immerse themselves in the pursuit of worldly pleasures, striving to fulfill their desires without boundaries, believing that true peace lies in unrestricted freedom. They look down upon those who accept and actualize their faith, who discipline their actions and use their blessings in ways pleasing to Allah, the Exalted. To them, such individuals appear as lowly slaves, bound by rules and deprived of enjoyment, while they themselves imagine they are free. Yet this perception is entirely false, for the real slaves are those who fail to submit to Allah, the Exalted, and the truly superior ones are those who have submitted, for they are liberated from slavery to the world and its illusions. In reality, those who reject divine guidance are chained to their desires, unable to rise above them, while those who embrace faith are elevated, freed from dependence on fleeting pleasures, and granted lasting peace. This reality can be understood through a simple but profound example. A wise parent restricts the type of food their child consumes, allowing junk and unhealthy food only occasionally, while insisting upon a healthy diet. The child, however, perceives these restrictions as undesirable and believes they have become a slave to their parents' rules and to the healthy diet imposed upon them. On the other hand, another child is given complete freedom by their parent to eat whatever they desire, whenever they desire, and in whatever quantity they desire. This child believes they are free of all restrictions and enjoys the liberty of indulgence. When these two children meet, the one with complete freedom criticizes and looks down upon the one restricted by their parent. The restricted child may even feel sorry for themselves, observing that the other child has free rein to behave however they wish. Outwardly, it appears that the unrestricted child has obtained happiness, while the restricted child is too bound by rules to enjoy life. Yet this outward appearance is deceptive, for true freedom is not measured by indulgence but by the long-term consequences of one's choices. But years later, the truth becomes manifest. The child who had no restrictions grows up unhealthy, suffering from obesity, diabetes, high blood pressure, and other physical ailments. These conditions affect not only their body but also their mind, as they lose confidence in their appearance and abilities. They become dependent upon medications, enslaved to diseases, and burdened by mental and social problems. Their supposed freedom has led them into chains that restrict their happiness and quality of life. In contrast, the child who is restricted by their parent grows up healthy in both mind and body. Their discipline produces confidence in their appearance and ability, which aids them in succeeding in life. They are free from slavery to medications, diseases, and social problems, for they were raised with balance and guidance. Thus, the child who had no restrictions grew up enslaved to many things, while the child who was restricted grew up independent and free. This example demonstrates that restrictions imposed with wisdom are not a form of slavery but a path to liberation, while indulgence without boundaries leads to bondage and misery. To conclude, the real slave is the one who becomes enslaved to everything other than Allah, the Exalted, whether it be social media, society, fashion, or culture. Such slavery inevitably leads to mental, physical, and social problems, as the person becomes trapped in cycles of stress, dissatisfaction, and imbalance. They are bound by the opinions of others, the trends of society, and the demands of their desires, never truly free to rise above them. The real free person, however, is the one who submits only to Allah, the Exalted. By doing so, they achieve peace of mind and body, balance in their life, and liberation from the endless chains of worldly desires. True freedom lies not in indulging every whim, but in aligning oneself with divine wisdom, which protects, nurtures, and elevates the human being. Submission to Allah, the Exalted, is not a restriction but the highest form of liberation, freeing a person from dependence on the world and granting them eternal peace. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 33.
Indeed, the promise of Allah is truth, so let not the worldly life delude you.
Allah, the Exalted, then warns people not to allow the chief deceiver, the devil, to delude them in respect to Allah, the Exalted, and His divine attributes. This warning is a reminder that the devil does not only mislead people through obvious sins, but also through subtle distortions of belief. He seeks to corrupt the very foundation of faith by planting doubts, exaggerations, and false assurances about Allah, the Exalted. The danger lies in the fact that these deceptions often appear comforting or logical to the human mind, making them harder to detect. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 33.
And be not deceived about Allah by the deceiver.
This warning highlights the subtle but destructive ways in which the devil manipulates human perception of Allah, the Exalted. He seeks to distort the understanding of divine attributes, leading people to form misguided beliefs that ultimately result in disobedience. The devil's deception is not always blatant. Rather, it often comes in the form of half-truths, exaggerations, or false assurances that appeal to human desires. By convincing people that they have misunderstood Allah, the Exalted, he encourages them to persist in sin while believing they remain safe. This is why the Holy Quran repeatedly warns against being deluded by the devil, as his strategies are designed to exploit human weakness and complacency. To avoid forming a misguided belief about Allah, the Exalted, it is essential to study His divine attributes and names as presented in the Holy Quran and the teachings of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. This study fosters a correct belief in Allah, the Exalted, and encourages sincere obedience by guiding people to use the blessings He has bestowed upon them according to Islamic principles. When a person understands that Allah, the Exalted, is all-knowing, all-wise, and all-just, they will strive to live responsibly, knowing that every action is accounted for. Conversely, ignorance of the divine attributes and names of Allah, the Exalted, can lead to erroneous beliefs that result in disobedience, such as wishful thinking. Without knowledge, people are vulnerable to the devil's whispers, which exploit their lack of understanding and push them toward false conclusions. For instance, one who comprehends that Allah, the Exalted, is all-forgiving will earnestly strive to obey Him, hoping for His forgiveness of their sins. They will understand that forgiveness is granted to those who repent sincerely and strive to reform. In contrast, the devil will convince the one who does not correctly understand the nature of forgiveness that, since Allah, the Exalted, is all-forgiving, He will pardon them irrespective of their deeds, especially if they have verbally declared belief in Him. In the case of the non-believer, the devil deceives them into thinking that if Judgment Day does occur, Allah, the Exalted, will forgive them regardless of their rejection of faith, as they will have the opportunity to make peace with Him. He further deludes both the Muslim and the non-Muslim, by encouraging them to compare their sins to those of people worse than themselves, such as mass murderers. This comparison falsely convinces them that Allah, the Exalted, will forgive them and only punish those who have committed greater crimes. Such reasoning is dangerous, as it trivializes sin and undermines the seriousness of accountability. One must avoid adopting this mindset, as it only encourages persistence in disobedience and misuse of the blessings Allah, the Exalted, has granted. In this world, such an attitude prevents a person from achieving a balanced mental and physical state. It causes them to misplace everything and everyone within their life, turning blessings into burdens. As a result, their family, friends, career, and wealth, all of which should be sources of support and joy, become sources of stress and anxiety. If they persist in disobedience, they begin to blame the wrong things and people within their lives, such as their spouse or companions, for their unhappiness. Cutting these good people out of their lives only increases their suffering, leading them deeper into mental disorders, until they plunge into depression, substance addiction, and even suicidal tendencies. This destructive cycle is evident in many who misuse their blessings, particularly among the rich and famous, whose lives often appear glamorous outwardly but are filled with turmoil inwardly. This outcome is evident when one observes those who persist in misusing the blessings they have been granted, such as the rich and famous. Even though they enjoy worldly luxuries, their lives are often marked by instability, scandal, and despair. Their wealth and fame do not protect them from imbalance, for they have neglected the divine guidance that brings true peace. And as their attitude prevented them from preparing for accountability on the day of judgment, their punishment in the hereafter will be far worse. In fact, the one who is convinced by the devil to avoid supporting their verbal declaration of belief in Allah, the Exalted, with actions may well leave this world without faith altogether. This is the most tragic outcome, as it represents the extinguishing of the very light that was meant to guide them to salvation. It is vital to understand that faith may be likened to a delicate flame that requires constant tending. Just as a fire dies out when deprived of fuel, faith weakens and may be extinguished if not sustained through consistent acts of obedience. Neglecting this spiritual nourishment places a person at risk of losing the very light that guides them, and such a loss is the most devastating of all. Faith must be protected through remembrance, prayer, gratitude, and righteous deeds, for only then can it grow stronger and illuminate the path to peace in both worlds. The devil seeks to extinguish this flame by convincing people that it will survive without effort, but the reality is that faith requires constant care. Those who nurture it will find themselves guided and protected, while those who neglect it risk losing everything. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 33.
Indeed, the promise of Allah is truth, so let not the worldly life delude you, and be not deceived about Allah by the deceiver.
The leaders of the non-Muslims of Mecca, much like the opponents of the holy prophets, peace be upon them, in earlier generations, employed various strategies to discourage people from accepting Islam. Their resistance was driven by fear of losing their leadership, authority, and social influence. They recognized that if people embraced Islam, their unjust practices, privileges, and dominance over society would be challenged and eventually dismantled. One of their methods was to demand knowledge of the exact timing of the Day of Judgment, hoping to use the absence of this information as a pretext for disbelief. They attempted to portray the concealment of this knowledge as a weakness in the message of Islam, thereby discouraging others from embracing it. Yet, their demand was rooted in arrogance and denial, rather than genuine inquiry. Chapter 7 Al-Araf, verse 187.
They ask you, O Prophet, regarding the hour, when will it be? Say, that knowledge is only with my Lord. He alone will reveal it when the time comes.
And chapter 31 Luqman, verse 34.
Indeed, Allah alone has knowledge of the hour.
This was a misguided and foolish attitude, for the fact that the exact date of the Day of Judgment is unknown does not mean it will not occur. Similarly, just as the time of death is hidden from people, its uncertainty does not negate its inevitability. Death is a certainty that every person will face, yet no one knows when it will arrive. In the same way, the Day of Judgment is guaranteed, though its timing is concealed. Certain truths, such as death and the Day of Judgment, have been deliberately hidden from creation to ensure that individuals remain in a state of constant readiness rather than deferring their preparations until the event approaches. This concealment is a mercy, for it encourages vigilance, discipline, and sincerity. A proactive mindset is far more conducive to success than a reactive one. Chapter 7 Al-Araf, verse 187.
It lays heavily upon the heavens and the earth. It will not come upon you except unexpectedly.
For example, a wise student who knows that a surprise test may occur at any time will prepare daily, ensuring readiness. Their consistent effort strengthens their knowledge and discipline, making them successful when the test arrives. In contrast, a student who knows the exact date of the test may procrastinate, delaying their study until the last moment, which diminishes their likelihood of success. Their preparation will be shallow and rushed, leaving them vulnerable to failure. In the same way, the concealment of the hour ensures that people remain vigilant and prepared at all times, rather than falling into complacency. Furthermore, this verse critiques those who claim they will not embrace or implement Islamic teachings until all matters of the unseen, such as angels, are made visible and comprehensible to them. This perspective is deeply flawed, for true faith holds significance precisely because it involves belief in unseen realities without the necessity of perceiving them through the five senses. Belief in Allah, the Exalted, and His angels is meaningful because it is based on trust in divine revelation and the signs He has placed throughout creation. The unseen is not without evidence, rather, it is substantiated by countless proofs in the heavens and the earth. For instance, the existence of a painting signifies the presence of a painter. Similarly, the existence of creation points to a creator, particularly when the creation exhibits perfection, balance, and harmony. Moreover, there are innumerable phenomena in the world that individuals cannot perceive directly yet rely upon without hesitation. For example, many consume medicine without understanding how it functions within the human body, yet they trust in its effects. Electricity flows through wires unseen, yet people rely upon it daily. Gravity holds the universe together, though it cannot be seen, yet its effects are undeniable. In the same way, the ethical framework provided to humanity through Islam is grounded in evidence and rational thought, while certain elements are inherently based on unseen realities. This enhances the value of faith, for belief in the unseen demonstrates sincerity, humility, and trust. Consequently, the assertion of faith by an individual who witnesses unseen entities, such as angels, will not be acknowledged by Allah, the Exalted, since believing in these realities once they are observed lacks uniqueness and depth. Faith is valuable only when it is chosen freely, without compulsion, and when it is based on conviction rather than sight. The true test of individuals lies in their ability to accept reality, even when it cannot be directly perceived through their senses, and in their sincere obedience to Allah, the Exalted, despite having the capacity to disobey Him. In sending the holy prophets, peace be upon them, and in revealing divine scriptures, Allah, the Exalted, has consistently ensured that there is room for evaluating human judgment and compliance. He has never revealed reality to such an extent that individuals would be forced to accept it unconditionally. If this were the case, there would be no test, and the concepts of success or failure would lose all meaning. The concealment of unseen realities ensures that faith remains a matter of choice, sincerity, and conviction. Therefore, individuals should not anticipate that unseen realities, such as the appearance of Allah, the Exalted, or His angels, will be revealed to them in this world. Such an occurrence would signify the conclusion of all things, leaving no opportunity for choice or decision. The belief in and genuine obedience to Allah, the Exalted, holds significance only as long as reality is presented in a manner that allows for its rejection. If the truth were entirely unveiled, even the most obstinate disbelievers and the gravest sinners would not disbelieve or defy. Faith and obedience are meaningful only while a veil obscures reality. The moment reality is completely unveiled, will mark the end of the time allotted for individuals to make decisions and conclude their testing period. That moment is the day of judgment, when the unseen will become seen, and the opportunity for faith will be forever closed. The precise timing of Judgment Day is neither required nor necessary for a person to recognize its certainty, for Allah, the Exalted, has filled the universe with countless signs that indicate both its reality and its inevitability. One of the most familiar of these signs is the rain He sends down to revive a barren land. A lifeless desert becomes vibrant, green, and full of nourishment through a single command from Allah, the Exalted. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 34.
And sends down the rain.
Just as the dead earth comes to life after rain, producing vegetation and greenery, so too will the human being, who is placed into the ground like a seed, be brought forth once more by the command of Allah the Exalted. This analogy is both vivid and profound, for it connects the natural cycle of life and death in the earth to the greater reality of resurrection. The barren land, seemingly lifeless, is revived by divine will, and from it springs forth abundance. In the same way, the human body, reduced to dust and bones in the grave, will be revived by the same divine command. The one who brings forth life from the soil is surely capable of bringing forth life from the human body after death. Just as Allah, the Exalted, creates a human from a mere water droplet and develops them stage by stage in the womb, He is more than capable of resurrecting them after they have returned to dust. The creation of a human being itself is a miracle of divine power. From something so small and seemingly insignificant, Allah, the Exalted, fashions a complex, conscious and capable being. He nurtures them through stages: embryo, fetus, infant, child and adult, each stage a testimony to His wisdom and might. If He can bring forth such intricate life from a droplet, then surely resurrecting a person after death is no challenge for Him. Chapter 31, Luqman, verse 34.
And knows what is in the wombs.
In addition, the resurrection of the dead is not an unfamiliar concept. It is something people witness repeatedly throughout their daily lives. The changing of the seasons provides a clear example. During winter, trees appear dead, their leaves fall, their branches become bare, and their form seems lifeless. Yet when the season changes, the same trees bloom with life once again. This cycle mirrors the resurrection believers are promised. Even within the human body, the signs of resurrection continue continuously. Countless cells die each day and are replaced with new ones, such as skin cells, demonstrating a continuous cycle of death and life. The sleep-wake cycle also offers a powerful reminder. Sleep is often described as the sister of death, for during sleep the senses are suspended and consciousness is withdrawn. Chapter 39, Az-Zumar, verse 42.
Allah takes the souls at the time of their death, and those that do not die He takes during their sleep. Then He keeps those for which He has decreed death, and releases the others for a specified term. Indeed, in that are signs for a people who give thought.
Just as He returns the soul to the sleeper each morning, granting life once again to the seemingly lifeless body, He will resurrect the dead when the appointed hour arrives. Beyond these physical signs, the very order of the universe points toward the necessity of Judgment Day. Everything in creation has been designed with perfect balance. The Earth's distance from the Sun is precisely calibrated. A slight deviation would render it uninhabitable. The water cycle is arranged with astonishing precision so that life may continue. The ground is created soft enough for a fragile seedling to pierce through, yet firm enough to support mighty structures. Everywhere one looks, balance is evident. But the actions of mankind are the one domain in which balance is violated. Oppressors and tyrants often escape earthly justice. Many people endure oppression, suffering, and hardship without receiving their due rights. Countless Muslims who sincerely strive to obey Allah, the Exalted, endure difficulties and trials, while those who openly disobey Him may appear to prosper effortlessly. Such imbalance cannot remain unresolved. Since Allah, the Exalted, has established balance in all things, the deeds of people must also be balanced with appropriate reward or punishment. As this complete justice does not occur in this world, it must necessarily occur in another realm, on the Day of Judgment. Allah, the Exalted, could punish or reward fully in this world, but He chooses not to for profound wisdom. Those who disobey Him are granted opportunity after opportunity to repent and reform. Those who obey Him are not given their full reward here, because this world is not paradise. Moreover, belief in the unseen, including belief in the full reward reserved for the hereafter, is a defining quality of true faith. What is seen and physically experienced requires no faith. What is unseen demands sincerity and certainty. For this reason, fear of the complete punishment of the hereafter and hope in its full reward serve as powerful motivations that encourage a person to avoid sin and pursue righteous deeds. Such awareness keeps a person conscious of their actions and mindful of the consequences. Before the day of recompense can begin, the actions of all people must cease. Only once the deeds of every individual have concluded can judgment be carried out. This necessitates the end of the material world. Its destruction is not an accident or an arbitrary event. It is part of the divine plan to bring about the ultimate justice promised by Allah, the Exalted. When a person reflects deeply on these signs, the revival of the earth, the cycles within creation, the imbalance of human affairs, and the wisdom of divine justice, they find their faith in the day of judgment strengthened. This renewed certainty motivates them to prepare for that inevitable day by using every blessing in ways pleasing to Allah, the Exalted, as instructed in the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. In doing so, they attain peace of mind and success in both worlds, achieving a balanced mental and physical state, and placing everything and everyone in their life in its rightful position. Chapter 45 Al-Jatiyah, verse 22.
For Allah created the heavens and the earth for a purpose, so that every soul may be paid back for what it has committed, and none will be wronged.
Not only does Allah, the Exalted, possess the absolute power and control to resurrect people after death, but He also possesses complete and perfect knowledge of their intentions, speech, and actions in order to hold them accountable. In contrast, the knowledge of people is extremely limited, fragmented, and imperfect. Human beings cannot even guarantee what will happen in the next hour of their lives, let alone comprehend the entirety of existence. Chapter 31 Luqman, verse 34.
And no soul perceives what it will earn tomorrow, and no soul perceives in what land it will die. Indeed, Allah is knowing and acquainted.
This verse highlights the vast gulf between divine knowledge and human ignorance. People may plan their future, but they cannot guarantee its outcome. They may strive for wealth, health, or success, yet they remain uncertain of what tomorrow will bring. Even the place of their death is hidden from them, reminding them of their fragility and dependence upon Allah, the Exalted. His knowledge is complete, extending across past, present, and future, while human knowledge is partial, subject to error, and constantly changing. Thus, the ignorant human must not challenge the all-knowing by behaving as though they know better than him how they should live in this world, in order to achieve peace of mind in both worlds. To reject divine guidance and rely solely on human reasoning is to ignore the limitations of human knowledge and the perfection of divine wisdom. True peace of mind is not achieved through arrogance or defiance, but through submission to the one who knows all things. By obeying Allah, the Exalted, and living according to the principles He has revealed, a person aligns themselves with the truth, ensuring balance in their mental and physical state, harmony in their relationships, and success in their eternal life. Those who challenge divine wisdom only invite imbalance, confusion, and regret, while those who submit to it find tranquility and salvation. Therefore, a person must accept and act upon Islamic teachings purely for their own benefit, even when those teachings oppose their personal inclinations. This mirrors the conduct of a wise patient who willingly follows the treatment prescribed by a skilled doctor, despite the bitterness of the medicine or the strictness of the diet. Such a patient understands that the doctor's advice is rooted in expertise aimed at restoring and preserving their health. Similarly, the person who follows Islamic teachings, regardless of whether they initially feel appealing or difficult, ultimately secures genuine mental and physical well-being. The reason for this is straightforward. Only Allah, the Exalted, possesses complete, perfect, and timeless knowledge of human beings, knowledge of their minds, hearts, bodies, souls, and the unseen consequences of their decisions. Only He knows the full range of challenges a person may encounter in life, and the precise manner in which each challenge should be navigated. Society, despite its advancements in psychology, medicine, and philosophy, operates upon limited understanding. Scientists revise their theories, experts contradict one another, and social norms shift from generation to generation. Human knowledge is continually evolving, and this evolution itself proves its incompleteness. No matter how sophisticated society becomes, it will never possess the ability to solve every human problem. People cannot produce advice that protects someone from every type of mental or physical stress. They cannot ensure that one always assigns the correct value or priority to the people or responsibilities within their life. Their perspectives are shaped by limited experience, restricted foresight, subconscious biases, and cultural influences. Consequently, the guidance of society, even when well-intentioned, remains uncertain, inconsistent, and vulnerable to error. Islamic teachings, however, are free from these deficiencies because they originate from Allah, the Exalted. The Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, contain teachings that address human needs comprehensively: spiritual, psychological, emotional, relational, and physical. These teachings do not fluctuate with time, nor do they require revision because they stem from perfect knowledge. A person who lives according to this guidance gradually realizes that these teachings align precisely with human nature, enabling them to experience stability, clarity, and meaningful purpose throughout the diverse stages of life. This reality becomes even more apparent when one observes the differing outcomes between those who use their blessings in accordance with Islamic teachings and those who misuse them. A blessing such as wealth, health, status, knowledge, or free time becomes a source of peace and balance when used correctly, but becomes a source of anxiety and regret when used contrary to the guidance of Allah, the Exalted. The same blessing that elevates one person may destroy another, depending on how it is used. This observation alone demonstrates the necessity of relying on divine guidance rather than personal desires. Interestingly, even in worldly matters, people often obey experts without fully understanding their reasoning. A patient may not know the chemistry of a medicine, nor the biological rationale behind a treatment plan, yet they trust their doctor because they recognize the doctor's expertise. Despite this, Allah the Exalted does not expect people to follow His guidance blindly. Instead, He invites them to reflect, deliberate, and observe evidence. He wants people to witness the truth of Islam through its clear proofs and the visible effects it produces within their own hearts and lives. Chapter 12 Yusuf, verse 108.
Say, this is my way, I invite to Allah with insight, I and those who follow me.
This emphasis on insight reveals that Islam is a path of understanding, contemplation, and inner conviction, not one of blind imitation. It calls people to approach its teachings with an open and unbiased mind, so that they may genuinely appreciate their truth and wisdom. Additionally, true peace of mind resides within the spiritual heart, and the spiritual heart is under the exclusive control of Allah, the Exalted. No person, no system, and no worldly power can grant or remove this peace. Chapter 53 and Name, verse 43.
And that it is He who makes one laugh and weep.
It becomes clear then that peace of mind is not achieved through pursuing desires or imitating societal trends. It is attained by using the blessings granted by Allah, the Exalted, in the manner He has outlined. When a person aligns their life with divine guidance, their heart becomes receptive to peace, their thoughts become balanced, their relationships become more harmonious, and their entire life gains stability and meaning. Allah, the Exalted, grants this inner tranquility to those who sincerely strive to live according to His teachings, and it is this tranquility that sustains them through both ease and hardship in this world and in the next. Chapter 16 and Nahl, verse 97.
Whoever does righteousness, whether male or female, while he is a believer, we will surely cause him to live a good life, and we will surely give them their reward in the hereafter according to the best of what they used to do.
All praise is due to Allah, Lord of the worlds, and may peace and blessings be upon His final messenger, Muhammad, his noble family and companions.